I call to order this regular meeting of the Scottsdale Unified School District Number 48 Governing Board. Tonight is Tuesday, December 12th, and the time is 6 p.m. Vice President Werner, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And I'd like to ask everyone to remain standing in a moment of silence in recognition of our recent tragedies and traumas, which have directly impacted our school district and the families in our community. Following the Pledge of Allegiance, please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. Start with a roll call order from my far right, please.
Amy Carney.
Zach Lindsay.
Karen Werner.
And I'm Julie Sinowski. Is Libby Hurtwells in the cloud yet? Dr. Hurtwells? I'm sure she'll chime in if she is. Okay, we do have a quorum with 4 of our 5 governing board members present. We're on to 2D of the agenda, and that is the approval of the agenda. And I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda and move item 12A, which is the approval of letter of intent with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Scottsdale regarding renovations and use of portions of the Tonalea Middle School campus. I would like to have that directly following agenda item number 4, which is our public comment section. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Werner. All in favor to amend this particular item and placement on the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes 4-0. Are there any other alterations to the agenda as it is presented tonight?
Yes, I'd like to
Board Member Werner.
I'd like to pull item 11I from the consent agenda.
Motion noted. Is there a second to that?
Oh, Amy has one.
Board Member Carney?
I also have, I would like to amend the agenda.
We're waiting for a second. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Carney. All in favor to remove consent agenda I, approve the award of request for proposal RFP digital resources for K-5 ELA and math. Question, how would this impact student learning?
So generally, when it's pulled from consent, it's just a part of an amended agenda. We don't, any board member can pull something.
Okay, for further discussion. Got it, thank you, not like eliminate it.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, understood. Then I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, I note that Board Member Werner has pulled or for later discussion, item I, so we will discuss that item separately. Any others? Board Member Carney, your light's on.
Yes, I'd like to amend the agenda by pulling item 11E for discussion personnel action items.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Werner. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. And Board Member Carney has asked to pull consent agenda 11E, personnel actions for further discussion. Are there any other proposals for amendments? No. Okay. Seeing none, we are going to approve the agenda as it is amended. I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Carney. All in favor to approve the agenda as amended, say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes 4-0. All right, I am going to read the statement of decorum at this time. For a reminder, it is up on the screen. You are welcome to read along. Citizens attending and/or participating in the Scottsdale Unified School District meetings, either in person, virtually, or telephonically, are required to observe the same rules of order and decorum applicable to members of the governing board and staff. Unauthorized remarks or demonstrations from members of the audience, yells or outbursts, and/or disruptions are not permitted. Members of the public are not allowed to approach the dais at any time while the governing board meeting is in session without express permission from the governing board president. We appreciate your participation in our meetings and you caring about our school district. So I request that you do follow that meeting decorum statement. All right, on to more happier notes here. Let's talk about student and staff recognitions and celebrations. Dr. Menzel.
Well, good evening, President Sanowski, Vice President Werner, and members of the governing board. Our celebrations tonight are a fitting blend of our continuous effort to be a world-class, future-focused school district. Tonight, we celebrate outstanding students, dedicated educators, and behind-the-scenes staff who make these achievements possible. We'll begin this evening with Dr. Melissa Sackos, our Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Education, introducing us to two amazing students who are already well on their way to making their mark in the world. Dr. Sackos?
Good evening, President Sanowski, Vice President Werner, governing board members, Dr. Menzel and Ms. Wagner. I'm so pleased to be able to introduce you to two students this evening, one from Desert Mountain High School and the other one from Saguaro High School. They are both members of their respective schools' graduating class of 2024. Would Lila Gregory please come to the podium and join me? Layla. I did give her disclosure that I was known for messing up names, so she already gave me some grace for that. So Layla, and I know that Dr. Hirsch, Principal Hirsch, could not be here this evening, but do we have any of Layla's teachers or? Hi, come on up. Great.
Hi, everybody.
And you are?
I'm Shad Willingham. I'm the theater teacher at Desert Mountain High School.
All right, thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
So this is Layla McGregory. She is the winner of the Jerome McDonough Award at the Arizona Thespians Festival in Phoenix last month. The annual festival brings together budding playwrights such as Layla, actors, student directors, and behind-the-scene theater tech crews from high schools across the state for a 2-day workshop on all aspects of bringing theatrical production to life, from lighting and sets, of costumes, choreography, improv, auditioning, and writing. Layla's original stage play, I'm Not the Main Character, was chosen as the festival's top original play. The story follows a side character in a romance novel who is massively unsuccessful in his pursuit of the play's main character, despite his best efforts. While we are here to celebrate the most recent successes, we need to also note that Layla is a talented performer, appearing in Alice in Desert Mountain's recent production of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. She is an officer of the school's drama club, is respected by her theater peers for her abilities and perspectives, is a violinist and a quiet, humble leader, and is an outstanding creative writer who, with the classmate, is currently adapting a scene from Shakespeare's As You Like It into a short story. She also contributes lead vocals to her band, Calamity. I got it right, didn't I? Calamity, which we're told can be found on Spotify. Layla, would you like to share a few brief thoughts with us?
I would, thank you. All my life, I've dreamed of inspiring others through my words, but I never would have thought that I would write a play that would be showcased in front of 4,000 people. Thank you so much to my family and friends who have supported me through my writing journey, and thank you for my bandmates who helped me during the writing and promoting aspect of our original album, Mosaic, and that's on all platforms if you want to listen to it. Thank you, Shad, my wonderful theater director, for helping me through this. And most importantly, I would like to recognize Mr. Kevin Shea. He advised that I submit my original play to the Thespian Playworks competition and helped me every step of the way. If you're familiar with the famous movie Dead Poets Society, then I must tell you that he truly is the Mr. Keating to my Todd Anderson. Thank you.
So Layla, please accept this challenge coins as a recognition for all of your accomplishments, both at Mountainside Middle School and at Desert Mountain High School, and we know that you have a very bright future ahead of you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Was Alex Stevenson able to make it tonight from Saguaro High School? He is not, but Mr. Milligan, I see you're here. Come on up. You may recognize Alex from a few months back when we introduced you to SUSD's class of 2024 National Merit Scholarship semifinalists. Well, he was supposed to be back, but we're recognizing him again. Alex is well known at Saguaro for his enthusiasm for helping others. He is the driving force between the Saguaro and NAU Go Baby Go initiative that modifies children's electric cars for kids with disabilities. He has worked on the art installations for the city's Canal Convergence event and is, pardon the pun, the driving force of the Go Baby Go program between Saguaro and Northern Arizona University that adapts toy cars for special education children. Just this fall, they've built 3 cars. Alex is a candidate for recognition in May as an Academy Distinguished Graduate. We're told that Alex is an analytical, self-directed, and natural leader who is well respected by his peers and is an example for them on what can be accomplished if one works hard and applies their talents with passion. As if this is not enough, this young man is also a part of SUSD's new work-based learning program and is the youngest employee at Axon as an engineer contractor. He advises R&D, engineering projects, creates prototypes, and works with various police and fire departments. Impressive, right? It is a wonder then that Alex was recognized last week by the local Scottsdale leadership organizations as its Bill Jenkins Student Leadership Award winner. Congratulations, Alex, if you're listening or looking back at this, on your many accomplishments and those to come. And we will send you a challenge coin in the mail. Back to you, Dr. Menzel.
Thank you, Dr. Sakos, and congratulations to Layla and Alex. I'll just point out that Bill Jenkins not only was a former mayor of Scottsdale, but also a longtime teacher here in Scottsdale Unified School District. So it's an impressive award for Alex. Where would our students like these be without the commitment of teachers? Our Director of Teaching and Learning, Dr. Kim Dodds-Karen, is here to help us recognize 2 excellent teachers who make our students' successes possible. Dr. Karen, the podium is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. Good evening, Board President Sanowski, Vice President Werner, governing board members, Dr. Menzel and Ms. Wagner. I usually call you Gladys. I am so pleased to be here to share the recognitions of 2 of our outstanding educators who bring future-focused, world-class learning into their classrooms every day for their students. First up, I'd like to invite Chaparral economics teacher Chris Hack to join me, as well as Principal Josh Pantier and Assistant Principal Megan Bird. I will tell you, when I first met Mr. Hack this evening, I recited to him a song that I learned when I was in high school about economics, and he gave me an A. I think I got an A. He was impressed that I still remembered it, so my teacher did a great job. So we want to recognize Chris tonight because the Arizona Council on Economic Education is a 501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to entrepreneurship, economic and financial literacy, and workforce development here in Arizona. ACEE is the only statewide organization in Arizona that is affiliated academically with our state university and community colleges, as well as a partner with the Department of Arizona Education and the Federal Reserve Bank. That was my song. But it is also another aspect of his work that brings us here tonight. That is of preparing teachers in teaching and students in the learning of personal finance, econ, and entrepreneurship. We are very happy to share that Chris has been named the Arizona High School 2023 Economics Teacher of the Year.
while some might think that studying econ is a little bit dry, and he thought it was a little too, and with the support of Mrs. Bird, who, might I mention, won the elementary version of this award herself 6 years ago, he later took a hard look at his curriculum and how it was ordered and decided to change things up and make it a little more relevant for his students. Students are able to choose for themselves what product or goods and theories they would like to examine in depth, all the while making sure they also understand underlying major economic principles. When he's not teaching economics, he can be found teaching AP US History at Chaparral. In short, he has become a force of both economics and history education at Chaparral, which is something we've known for years now, but we are happy that he is now receiving this statewide recognition for his contributions to education. Congratulations, Mr. Hack, and please accept this challenge put from the district in recognition of your honor. Thank you. And for the next celebration, I would also like to invite our SUSD Facilities Director, Dennis Railer, to join me at the podium. Our celebrants are Saguaro High School Honors Biotech and Pre-AP Biology teacher Scott Milne and SUSD Facilities Grounds Lead Joe Arteca. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us. If there's anyone else from Saguaro, Principal Milligan, come on up. Thank you for joining us. Over the past 2 years or so, as you know, SUSD has been working to advance student learning through an association with the McDowell-Sonoran Conservancy based here in Scottsdale. The Conservancy's mission is to preserve and advance our community's natural open space through science, education, and stewardship. Through empowering awareness with science, research, learning, and teaching, the Conservancy's willingness to open the landscape, and it is charged with protecting to the students of SUSD, has created a powerful partnership. Our elementary and middle school students can be found many times each school year on the preserve's trails, learning about the Sonoran Desert that we inhabit and all of the connections to it. Last year, Saguaro High School students, under Mr. Milne's direction, decided to jump in feet first, F-E-E-T, first, with 3 projects aimed at furthering their fellow SaberCats' understanding of the Sonoran Desert, the environment that we call home, and also contribute scientific data to the Conservancy's research. They removed invasive plant species from the Saguaro campus, replacing them with native plants to create a pollinator garden in a central part of the campus. They also took over an unused planter between the Innovation Center and the cafeteria, turning it into a cactus garden to study. You guessed it, saguaro cacti. How fitting. That's pretty funny. The third project was to create a learning corridor in the 300 building, turning an empty trophy case into a display about biological soil crust, or biocrust, the communities of living organisms on the soil surface in an arid and semi-arid ecosystem such as ours. Mr. Milne was behind the scientific aspects of the environmental club's work, but there was more work to be done, which Dennis is going to tell us about.
Good evening. I'm not much for scripts, so I'm just going to wing it. Thanks, Nancy, for writing it up for me, but I don't do scripts. So Mr. Milne reached out to us in building services and shared with me some of his vision. And I have the easy part. I just say yes. Yeah, we can do it. And then I leave it to my guys. And tonight, we'd like to recognize Mr. Joe Arteca. Our carpenters had some part in this, but Joe really jumped in. If anybody knows Joe, he takes everything to heart, and he really wants to impact the students. His heart is at Saguaro. He was a facility coordinator at Saguaro for years. And so when this project came along, he was both feet, both arms, every part of him was into this project. So he helped them work on the irrigation, helped them refurbish the planting area, really dug in literally, and even showed the kids how to dig in. So I'd like to recognize Joe for his efforts and the team members that helped him with that, and Mr. Milne for his efforts, because we've seen that project grow now. We were all there when they did their kind of their ribbon cutting ceremony. Very cool project, and it's something that has really come together and makes a big difference at Saguaro High School.
Thank you, Dennis. And as he has just passed out, Joe and Scott, please accept these challenge coins in the recognition by SUSD for the work you are doing with the Conservancy and for our students. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Joe and Scott. Thank you for the work that you do. The partnership opportunities at Saguaro High School through the McDowell-Sonoran Conservancy with our partners at the city, Scottsdale Community College, and Northern Arizona University, it's truly impressive, and so it's nice to be able to celebrate those this evening. Our final celebration tonight is one that early on might not have seemed if it was going to happen, but District Athletic Director Nathan Slater is here to tell us how the tables turned this season for one of our high school varsity football teams. Mr. Slater.
President Sanowski, Vice President Warner, members of the board, Dr. Menzel, Gladys, thank you for having us this evening. We'd like to congratulate the 2023 6A state champion Saguaro SaberCat football team to the podium. Congratulations, guys. We're joined by first-year head coach Zach Hill, his team captains who will introduce shortly, as well as Mr. Milligan. I think Mr. Milligan's been standing up here all evening, so, oh, he disappeared. He's doing pictures. And the very humble athletic director of Saguaro High School, Mr. Matt Harris, who's not standing up with the team, but he's big literally and figuratively when it comes to the success of Saguaro athletics in general. So with that, the SaberCat, and Dennis, I am a fan of script, so I don't screw it up. The SaberCats finished the season with the hardest schedule in the state, according to Max Prex, including games versus the two open division qualifiers, Liberty and Centennial, and national powerhouse Sierra Canyon. After going 5-5 on the season, the Saguaro SaberCats entered the 6A conference tournament, the number 3 seed. In that tournament, the SaberCats played their 4 game to a tournament average of over 45 points per game, winning by an average of over 23 points per game, culminating in a 40-20 victory over Red Mountain on December 2nd at ASU in the 6A state championship game. It is the 14th state title in Saguaro history, and the first for first-year coach, Mr. Zach Hill. According to Zach, quote, "It's always tough when there are major transitions with a new head coach, a new defensive coordinator, a new offensive coordinator, and our players adapted, and we started coming together at the end of the season and finished off with another amazing Saguaro state championship." Saguaro finished with 5 consecutive wins, and they were led by quarterback Mason Bray, who had almost 3,000 yards passing and 25 TDs and just 8 picks. Those are interceptions. Yeah, I know, I'm a football guy, yeah. I'm just the crowd. But Jaden Matthews had over 1,300 rushing and receiving yards and 21 TDs, and Trey Morrison led the team with over 10 tackles per game. With that, Coach, you want to introduce your captains?
Again, thank you for having us. Appreciate being here. It is a definite honor being a part of Saguaro football and being hired into this position. Definitely want to thank Matt Harris and Zach Lindsay, Dr. Menzel, Nathan Slater, and our principal, Ann Otzinger. Great group of guys. Absolutely a wild year, to say the least. But some of our guys that are here with us with the trophy, we actually brought one in each class. So our senior linebacker captain, Trey Morrison, and then we've got our junior wide receiver, Reese Rinaldi, and we've got our sophomore running back, soon to be the man at running back, Jacob Brown. So I wanted to bring one of each class, and we've got so many guys that we would want to bring here and be able to enjoy this moment with everybody. But appreciate them and all the hard work. It's a long season. We put a ton of dedication and effort into things. So, but again, appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Again, Congratulations to the 6A state championship, Saguaro SaberCats. Zach Hill, congrats. I got challenge coins for you, and we're going to go outside and have some pictures. So congratulations, guys.
Congratulations. So proud of the resilience, the dedication. We've had so many successful athletic teams this year. Nice to celebrate. One final thing, with a number of subparts to it this evening. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the many good deeds our SUSD students have been undertaking during the holiday season on behalf of others. And this will not be an exhaustive list, but just by way of example, the Kiva Student Council is overseeing the decoration of holiday cards for the patients at Phoenix Children's Hospital. Copper Ridge Student Government is conducting a diaper drive with the diapers to be donated to A Bridge to Hope, a Phoenix foundation that offers housing to homeless single mothers. Hopi students collected toddler clothing for the Foster Alliance, which provides essential needs for kids in foster care. Redfield and Hohokam conducted food drives, and Cocopa gathered gift cards that will be delivered to Devon families. Some of these projects are new, and some have evolved to help address new needs. Others are long-standing traditions, but all exhibit heart and a passion for making a difference in the community by helping others. So tonight, I just want to thank all of our students for giving back at this time of the year, and appreciate that their dedication to service is an essential part of what it means to belong to our SUSD community. And I want to again express my gratitude for these efforts. Thank you, President Sanowski.
Thank you very much, Dr. Menzel. And it's great to be able to celebrate all of our students and recognize the dedication of so many staff members along the way to get the students to those success points. At this time, we're going to move on to the public comment portion of our meeting. I think everyone clearly understands, and I hope put into practice the decorum expectation during our meetings. Each person who has requested to speak from our community will be given 2 minutes of time. And when you get to the podium, please state your first and last name and your affiliation to our Scottsdale School District. And up first is Mr. Sam Baker.
Thank you to the council for the privilege of appearing before you today. My name is Sam Baker. I'm an engineer, a children's book author. I started my 7th career at 95 years young when I was given a new computer and asked to write down the stories I told my children when they were small. I was inspired to write because I love sharing stories that delight youngsters, and because reading is the foundation of all other learning. I thought if I could write something funny that also taught children about manners, kindness, and friendship, they would be better citizens and inspired to keep reading. So I wrote The Silly Adventures of Petunia and Herman the Worm, an award-winning chapter book. During COVID-19, I was inspired to create a picture book, Oscar the Mouse, about a little mouse looking for friends. Oscar the Mouse is a huge hit with kids, especially those who have issues with reading. I had reading challenges as a kid, but after becoming a good reader, my library card became my ticket to adventure and enjoyment. When I turned 100, I wanted to send Oscar on another adventure, so I sent him to my best friend, Dr. Casey, a veterinarian who I met at my retirement home. He and I both were Marines in World War II. You see, Oscar eats way too much cheese, so it's off to the vet for him. In this book, Oscar learns about sharing, friendship, and love. Oscar has EBT, and we've all had it. Eyes bigger than his tummy. I request that the district includes my books in Scottsdale School Library, where children and teachers can find them and laugh while learning. I'm available to read to children in person or on Zoom, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Up next is Patricia Pellet, followed by Jeff Rattay.
Hello, I'm Patricia Pellet, a mother of a child in SUSD. I'm here to talk about AZ Department of Education's deceptive report card system. The grades sound great on the surface unless you understand the factors for deriving them. I will use Coronado High School as an example. Coronado High School was assigned a B grade for 2022. A B grade is usually between 80 and 89%. Under the Arizona Department of Education, the range is 66 to 82%. Coronado High School scored a 74. 30% of the grade is derived from math English proficiency. Coronado scored a 12.29 out of 30. 20% is graduation. 24% of students in 11th grade are proficient in ELA and 16% are proficient in math. Yet 85% of the students graduate. Coronado scored a 20 out of a 20. 20% is growth, measuring an individual student's growth against peers who scored like the student in the previous grade. Coronado scored a miraculous 19.53 out of 20. 10% is English learners' growth and proficiency, a school's percentage of students proficient and their growth compared to the average 9 to 12 English learners' proficiencies. Coronado scored a 10 out of 10. 20% is for college readiness, measured by average points from a current senior's achievements, accomplishments in the matrix of categories, successful completion of a career in tech education program, performance on math placement exams. Coronado scored a 12 out of a 20. Coronado High School students, SUSD students, the parents deserve better. Ask the Arizona Education to review this grading system. Thank you.
Jeff Rattay is up, followed by Jeffrey Steffen. Is Mr. Rattay in the room?
Yes.
Did you want to still speak?
Yes.
Okay.
For 7 straight years, I have been a middle school paid head coach. Most years I did multiple sports. All of the jobs are listed in the governing board's personnel policies and procedures manual with compulsory duties and responsibilities. Last January, I was rehired by the Kokoba principal to coach flag football. During my first week of practice, Dr. Menzel's office notified the principal that I would no longer be a paid coach, rather a volunteer. I wrote a letter and hand-carried it to Dr. Menzel's office that day, and I got no response. If I walked on those kids and families, their entire season would have been canceled. There was a nice lady hanging around my practices. She was a teacher there and a close personal friend of a board member. The kid said, "What's she doing hanging around?" I said, "Let me find out." The principal said she was thinking about being the athletic director next year, had never coached in her life, and wanted to observe a good coach in action. Wow. For the next 10 weeks, I coached those kids for free, never missed a practice or game. We had a great season. At the end, I found out that this board approved paying my $2,000 coaching stipend to that lady for hanging around my practices and games. Neither Dr. Menzel nor President Sanowski will communicate with me. We had 2 meetings scheduled. They canceled them at the last minute. It was always talk to our lawyer. So let me address the board. How would you like to be remembered for participating in a scheme in which thousands of dollars was taken from a 100% service-connected disabled veteran for the sole purpose of lining the pockets of a friend of the board? By the way, your lawyer in that law firm, Gus Roosevelt, was also involved in this swindle. If the parents of the kids that I coach were to find out about this, they would be outraged. This community deserves answers. I'm asking for the board to authorize an outside investigation, as you did with the Denise Birdwell national scandal.
Jeffrey Steffen, followed by Mike Bengert.
Good evening, board members. Looks like the clock's going to start. It's definitely snowbird season. I almost needed a helicopter to get here. Traffic was so bad. I'll use my short amount of time, 2 minutes, to give words of spirit today, life, words of peace, prosperity, love, kindness, goodness, gentleness, and all humility. I've got 2 kids in the 3 C's, and they really enjoy your school district, so keep up the good work. 2,000 years ago, something that you can never even think or imagine happened. What was it? A 14-year-old virgin became pregnant by the Holy Spirit. Her name was Mary. She bore a son, and his name was Jesus. In fact, an angel of the Lord appeared to her husband Joseph and let Joseph know that Jesus will save the people from their sins, all sins, even violating open meeting law. Just joking. Even as a baby, Jesus had people falling to the ground and worshiping him, rejoicing exceedingly with great joy. As an adult, Jesus walked around healing all kinds of diseases, restoring sight to the blind, casting out demonic spirits, doing all different types of miracles, like one of my favorite, feeding 5,000 men with only 5 loaves and 2 fish. Jesus Christ lived a perfect life, free from all sin, and then was crucified as a sacrificial lamb for my sins and your sins, so that all who believe in Jesus Christ will not perish but have eternal life in heaven. My prayer tonight is that the Holy Spirit will convict your heart of your sins, that he will pierce your consciousness from unbelief to belief and from fear to faith. My prayer is for those who do not know Jesus as the Christ, that this Christmas season you will drop everything.
Mike Bangert is our last speaker for this evening.
My name is Mike Bengert. I'm a grandfather in the district. I've been asked, with all the good things going on, how can you criticize the district? There are good things going on in the district. At every board meeting, Dr. Menzel gives his report and individual student successes are recognized. There are many dedicated teachers who have assisted and guided them along their way, but I feel like these successes are in spite of, not because of, Menzel. The purpose of my speaking out is to call attention to things going on that are not in the best interest of the students. If the board votes to eliminate the recognition of students' academic achievements, it will be another example. Educators are quick to chase the latest shiny new object. Today it is SEL, CRT, gender identity, and VR math, to name just a few. One can only guess how many students' education has been negatively impacted over the years by these experiments. As bad as some academic ideas are, they pale in comparison to what is going on today. When a new approach to teaching an academic subject is tried and it fails, it creates a gap in the students' learning. This gap can be closed by the parents doing work at home or hiring tutors, and students may attend summer school. What is happening in SUSD today is not easily remedied. 25 KPIs, yet only 4 deal with academics. The emotional and mental health damage being done to students starting in kindergarten and continuing through high school can create lifelong problems. It is more like social emotional damage. Dr. Menzel, it is unreal the damage you have done to SUSD, but it is not without help from the board. When you have board members who care more about the feelings of an extremely small number of students with mental and emotional issues than they do for the majority of the students, it is any wonder SUSD is losing students. When discussing a new bathroom policy, one board member says a student is at a great risk at home if their parents find out about their gender identity issue. Another says their 82-year-old mother is not afraid to go to the bathroom, and a senior staff member calls a board member a liar. How can anyone take this board seriously? Menzel refusing to provide a straight answer about boys using the girls' bathroom says a lot. A principal saying you are not in trouble for not telling a parent about a child using different pronouns, and Menzel saying they must tell parents only if they specifically ask, is another violation of multiple Arizona laws. Add this to the OML violation. Board members are part of it.
Your time is up. All right, at this time, we are, do any of the governing board members, would they like to make any commentary corrections according to statute limitations? I would just like to make a notice of the commentary by Mr. Rattay. I am entitled to correct false statements, and there were many within his summary again. And it's not true in representing saying that I never communicated with him. That's also false. And that's all I'd like to correct from false information shared during public comment. Is there any other commentary at this time? Okay. At this time, we are going to move on to 12A, the first action item on the agenda, as approved by the board, to switch the location of it in the meeting. This would be to discuss the approval of a letter of intent with Boys and Girls Club of Greater Scottsdale regarding renovations and use of portions of Tanalea Middle School. And I believe Dr. Menzel is going to introduce our presenters this evening.
This evening, I'd like to welcome Ivan Gilreath, Marianne Gunther, and Chief Walther from the Boys and Girls Club. You may recall a few months ago, we presented a concept before the governing board regarding a potential use of space at Tanalea Middle School. We moved a little further in this process, and tonight we're asking the governing board to consider approving a statement of intent. And to bring us up to speed with the work that you've done, I turn it over to Ivan.
All right. Thank you so much. It's a honor and pleasure to be in front of the board again. I'm Ivan Gilreath, CEO. With me tonight is Marianne Gunther. She's the chair of our board, and Chief Jeff Walther, who is also on our board and chair of our safety committee. So we come in front of you tonight to talk again about a project we're very excited about in partnership with the Scottsdale Unified School District at Tanalea. So if we could advance the slide just to give you a real brief recap of the project. It's going to be at Tanalea Middle School, and this will be the 10th branch for the Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Scottsdale. We have branches in and around Scottsdale, North Phoenix, Anthem, Fountain Hills, and 3 on Native American sites. So this will be our 10th branch and a site that's very much needed in South Scottsdale. What we look to do with the kids who come from the school is to provide a safe, stable environment for students, and that critical time from 3 to 6 when students just seem to get into trouble, we'll have that covered, but we'll be open much longer than that. We'll be open for teens until well into the evening, but that critical time between 3 and 6 will be open. We'll have 50% teen space and 50% youth space. So in addition to the kids from Tanalea coming directly down, who are all middle school, we'll also have feeder systems from the elementary schools that those kids were sent to this year. We're estimated to see over 200 members a day. I think that number is very low because when you have a club right on the site of a school, and you have great staff, you have great programs, you have a hot meal every night, it's amazing how those kids gravitate to that site. So I believe that number to be low. We're going to build a new full-size gymnasium. Gym space is at a premium there. They told us that that current gym would be used all the time. So we're going to build another one because you can't have a teen center without gym space. And like I told you before, hot meals every night. That's really big for the kids in South Scottsdale. Some of those kids, if they don't eat at the clubs at night, they're probably not going to eat that night. So it's very important. It's important for their academic success. And probably the best thing for the school district is when we're not using this space, you can use it. So you can use our space, our maker space, our gym, all of our space for kids during the school day or when we're closed. You know, where I came from, we had similar models, and teachers would use it for recognition. They would be, if you achieve all your goals, we're going to go over to the club and play pool and ping pong, gym, virtual reality, or whatever. And so it's just it's a great concept for all of us. So I'm going to let Marianne say a few words, and we're going to let Chief say a few words.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Board. We're very excited about this potential partnership with Scottsdale Unified School District. We did present the letter of intent to our Board of Governors last Tuesday at our quarterly board meeting, and all 48 board members did vote unanimously to proceed with the hopes that you all are excited as well to vote on this evening. I don't know if you're going to discuss this in a minute, but we are currently in the midst of a fundraising feasibility study. We have hired partners in town that have been used by other nonprofit partners as well, and we're currently in the middle of that. We expect to hear some answers back from them in early February.
Thank you. Enjoy being before you tonight, and really what this does for us is it fills a gap in the community, and that's really what the Boys and Girls Club is about. Is it fills gaps. You know, Ivan talks about the 3 to 6 or into the evening for our teens. That's really important for filling the gap when parents aren't available, or they're working, or both parents are working, or our young people, our young children in particular, their folks are working as well. And so the Boys and Girls Club is an amazing organization that fills the gap and fills a need that we have in the south part of our city. Yes, there is a club that is close, about 2.5 miles away, but when you look at the number of kids that need service in this area, it's very significant, especially when you come together with 3 different cities that come together at that nexus between the city of Tempe, the city of Phoenix, and the city of Scottsdale, all come together in that location. And so there is that need or that gap that needs to be filled in the lives of our young people. So this really does fill that gap. It puts it in a location that is very serviceable both for SUSD and for the Boys and Girls Club. So it really is a symbiotic relationship between these 2 organizations, and really thank you for your consideration.
Thank you both. If we could advance to the next slide. So really, and I'm not sure, Dr. Menzel, what happens here, but what we're hopeful tonight is that there would be a board vote to allow that letter of intent to be signed, and we can continue the process of this project. And right now, one of the things we're doing that's very important here is completing a fundraising feasibility study to see if it is feasible for what we want to do. So we want to continue to progress this project down the road. And so tonight, we're hoping that we can get a vote to sign that so we can continue forward. We're open to any questions anyone has.
And you are correct with that's why we're here this evening, and that's why you're here again. Thank you. Do any governing board members have any questions at this time or comments? I don't see any requests. I would just like to say thank you, and it's great that there was a unanimous vote to proceed. That makes me feel comfortable, and also to see who's here. I mean, this is, we've got administrators here who support this, I believe, and esteemed members of our community. So thank you. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve signing a letter of intent with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Scottsdale regarding renovations and use of portions of Tonalea Middle School. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
All right, moving on to item 5 of our agenda this evening. The governing board may convene an executive session regarding an appeal of a long-term suspension of student number 215402 pursuant to ARS 15-843A. Regarding the appeal of a long-term suspension and to ARS 38-431.03.A.2 for discussion or consideration of records exempt by law for public inspection. I'm making a motion to move into executive session for that spoken reason. And I would like to ask for a second to that motion. Is there a second to move into executive session?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Carney. All in favor to move into executive session to discuss this situation, say aye.
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 That motion passes 5-0. Before we move into an executive session, we have another topic that we will continue to discuss if approved to go into executive session. The governing board may vote to convene an executive session pursuant to ARS State Statute 38-431.03A3 and A4 for discussion or consultation with the attorneys of the public body in order to receive legal advice, consider its position, and instruct its attorney regarding the public body's position regarding the proposed settlement agreement and release in Ray et al. V. Greenberg et al. I make a motion to continue our conversations in executive session for this purpose. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
That motion passes 5-0. We will move into executive session at this time and reconvene when we have finished our business. Thank you. Is 8:34 PM. We are reconvening our regular governing board meeting. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to depart executive session. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Werner. All in favor to exit executive session, say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Hartwells, are you with us? We'll accept the vote as it is. That motion passes 4-0 to leave executive session. And in reference to item 7A, I'd like to make a motion at this time to take the matter into further consideration and make a final determination by the end of the school day on December 22nd. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes 4-0. In reference to executive session item B, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to accept the legal advice received in executive session and improve the settlement agreement. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Dr. Hartwells, are you with us? Can someone verify whether she's not on? Okay. She participated in the conversations. Should we wait? I'd like to make a motion to table this response momentarily. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Werner. All in favor to table this very momentarily, I hope, say aye.
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 Okay, now that you're back, Dr. Hartwells, we're going to scoot back a moment, and I'm going to respond to executive session item B. And I made a motion to accept the legal advice as instructed and discussed in executive session, and to instruct our legal counsel to approve the settlement agreement as we had discussed. I made a motion, it was seconded by Board Member Lindsay, and we are about to vote on that. Are you prepared to vote?
I am. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes. All in favor, say aye.
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 Against, say no.
Abstain.
And abstentions, there were 2 by Board Members Werner and Carney. That motion passes 3-0. Okay, we are going to move on to superintendent comments. Dr. Menzel.
Good evening, President Sanowski and members of the governing board. It's been a long evening already, so I will move quickly through these comments. First, I want to address concerns that I've heard subsequent to the governing board's last meeting, where we held a executive session, but the YouTube video when we came out of executive session had a glitch in the video. Just want to clarify for people in the community that that was something related to YouTube and not to the district. The YouTube service that we have is free, and sometimes you get what you pay for. Dr. Watt and our IT team has been working with YouTube to try to get the video to correct so that the full video and audio can be heard. That hasn't happened yet. It's been escalated up the chain, and as soon as that's available, we'll make that available. But the minutes are something that the governing board will approve tonight. The draft minutes have been included in the board agenda. But the motion by President Sanowski was to direct the attorneys to proceed as directed in executive session. There were 3 yes votes and 2 abstentions at that meeting. Now on to more exciting news. The Desert Mountain High School Marching Band is a top 5 finalist in the Metallica For Whom the Bell Tolls Marching Band competition. Lots of bands were invited to participate, both high school and collegiate, and Desert Mountain High School is top 5. The band itself, Metallica, will make the final decision, and that will be announced the week of January 1st. So we're going to wish our Wolves Marching Band good luck, and there's a $15,000 prize attached with that. There's also a $10,000 prize available for the fan popularity contest that will go into musical instruments, and people can go online to vote. Also want to note that last night was the all-district athletic banquet for fall sports. And that's always an amazing evening celebrating our student athletes in badminton, golf, cross country, swim and dive, volleyball, and football. Our Chaparral badminton coach, Carrie Davis, was celebrated for and recognized by the National Federation of State High School Associations as the Arizona Interscholastic Badminton Coach of the Year for the 2022-23 school year. She was recognized for leading in their sport, shaping students, and contributing in a positive way to their community. And she was presented with a challenge coin last evening. Also recognized last evening and presented a challenge coin was Rob Renwicki, who has been a track and cross-country coach for nearly 40 years in Scottsdale, both at Arcadia and Chaparral. So it was a tremendous celebration. And the guest speaker was Richard Obert. Many of you have read his writings on high school sports, and he is a graduate of Scottsdale High. So a lot of exciting things to celebrate there. Finally, as the last meeting of the 2023 school year, I just want to express my gratitude and appreciation for all of the staff who work in Scottsdale Unified School District. They come to work every day, no matter how hard, no matter how difficult, for one reason: because kids. And so I want to just say thank you to our staff. I want to wish all of our families and students a safe, healthy, and happy holiday. And I'd also like to encourage us to remember those for whom this holiday might not be so happy. Sometimes it's a very tough time of the year, and part of what it means to be part of the Scottsdale Unified family is to recognize when others might need some support. And with that, I conclude my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. And we are going to move on to agenda item 10, information and discussion items. I remind the board and the public that we will not be making decisions. This is basically to learn more information on some of these topics. First up, summary of the Sundial Agreement and financial input. I believe Shannon and Dennis. Shannon's ready to back you up, I guess. You're on.
Ooh, that's very small.
Yes.
Do you guys have it
Yes.
pretty good on your screen? Okay. Oh, better. Thanks, fellas. Good evening, President Sanowski, Vice President Werner, members of the board, Dr. Menzel, and Gladys. It was requested that I bring back some information for that sundial purchase that we made, to break it down a little bit to help everyone understand what it is that we've gotten ourselves into. I know you guys have a lot of work ahead of you yet today, so I'm going to move through this fairly quickly. Governing board members have had this for a little bit over a week to digest. So I'd just like to say that in 2009, 10, 11, 12, there's about a 3-4 year period that the school district was very aggressive in their efforts with solar. It was new to the country, to the public sector. It was, there were big dollars associated with it, a lot of tax credits and a lot of different things that made it seem like it was a really good deal. Over the years, that deal has soured a little bit in that the expected rise in the APS and SRP costs did not quite get to where they thought it was going to be. And so what we are paying for our solar is a little bit more than if we were just paying for APS or SRP directly. So there are benefits. We have shade structures in parking lots and different things. But ultimately, you know, we need to be taking care of the district's money. So as some of these incentives go away for the people that installed the solar, We're starting to see them come back to us and say, hey, we're ready to sell. We'd like to get it off of our list, our portfolio, and maybe you guys can take it over. So Sundial was the first one. We had 2 Sundial systems, one at Arcadia High School, one at Chaparral. Those contracts were written at the same time. So the proposal was that we purchase those 2 systems for $1,048,000. That number was closer to $1.2 million originally, but we went back and talked to them about the age of the equipment, the service entrance section, some of the other things that we know we're going to have to deal with as we move on through the years. So they gave us a discount. You approved this a few weeks back, and that sale is done. What I would like to do is assure you that we did the right thing. As it turns out, as we look at Arcadia, that campus, if I could direct you to the green highlights, after the district purchases the Sundial Solar, Arcadia will immediately start saving, and to the tune of $56,000 a year. We have to do nothing with that system. We bought it outright. It is fully functional. It is currently carports in the south and east lots near the stadium, and we have to do nothing with it. So we're just earning generation from that. We won't have to pay any additional to APS. We'll just be making money on that. As we go down to Chaparral, just remember that Chaparral, we were awarded a $7 million roof replacement from the School Facilities Board. So one way or another, that solar system was going to have to come off of that roof. Whether it was a good deal, a bad deal, or anything in between, it was going to have to come off the roof. When the SFB pays for a roof, they do not expect that you're going to put solar back on that roof. So we were looking at alternatives, and the alternative was to put it back on the property there at Chaparral to the tune of $2.1 million. That didn't seem like a really good deal. And then as we're going through this process, Sundial reached out to us and said, hey, we're ready to sell. And so at $1,048,000 for both Arcadia and Chaparral combined, we thought, okay, well, this is a move in the right direction. We'll own it, and then we can start realizing savings. Well, what we didn't realize initially was that those savings would be just from not paying their rent or their lease payment. So by not paying them directly for the kilowatts that they generate, we will be saving $102,000. Now, because we're not generating with solar, we will have an increase to our APS bill, and that will be an increase of about $75,000. So if I do nothing else with the solar but take it off and put it in storage containers and pay APS for the lack of generation from those solar panels, we'll still be earning $27,000. The offset will be $27,000. So I could do absolutely nothing with those solar panels, put them in a storage container, and we will still be doing better than if we were paying the lease payments, okay? Well, we've paid for it. We might as well put it to use. Something that will be coming forward to you in January, so I wanted to include this in the calculation, is for us to take a percentage of that system from Chaparral and move it over to Cocoa Pop. Now, we reviewed, we being our friends at Fusebox and our friends at Verigy, we actually looked at 4 sites, and I'll bring that to you in February. We looked at Yavapai, we looked at Hohokam, we looked at Cocoa Pop, we looked at Mojave. There's a lot of things that go into that. The direction of the sun, the way the parking lot's laid out, the proximity to the service entrance section. There's a lot of variables that have to be considered. Ultimately, we landed on Cocoa Pop as being the most efficient, the most effective for a portion of the Chaparral system. And so we're looking to put that in the, if anyone's familiar with Cocopa, there's a pretty large staff parking lot on the east side of the campus. And so we're looking to put it in there. The service entrance section is very close by, so we get that electricity feeding right into the building right away. So the cost of doing that, we're still working on that number, but we know it'll be north of 500,000. We're thinking it's really going to be about $600,000 to reinstall on parking structures, providing shade for the staff at that campus. And we will offset our electric bill and still be earning $27,000 on that. So we'll be saving $27,000 worth of electricity that we would normally be paying to APS. So in the end, it's win, 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 win. I don't think we can go wrong in this regard. I would not bring it to the board unless it was. If anyone's heard me speak about solar, I always speak badly about it. I don't even I moved into a house 2.5 years ago, and if you move into a new house, the solar people are like locusts. They come like every other day and want to sell you something. I just close the door and tell them to go away. I'm not a fan of solar, but in some cases, when you own it outright, you can make money on it. It's when you're paying lease payments on it that you are probably not doing the best you can do. We have plenty of solar around the district. We even have a solid system. It's a absorption chiller with thermal water and everything else. And even they have approached us saying, hey, we're losing our incentives and we need to talk about how we can generate more revenue. We sent them back to Austria. So in the end, with the work that we're proposing, we believe we'll be saving about $111,000 a year, or avoid paying $111,000 a year through the Sundial lease and to APS. So I'll open it up to any questions. I know that was very quick, but we are very confident in what we've done and what we will do moving forward. And I will make sure that you get the Cocopa information in plenty of time so you can digest that and get any questions to me. But again, we'll be bringing that to you in February.
Thank you, Mr. Rayler. And my favorite part is that highlighted in green right there at the bottom, the freeing up money of $111,139 per year. And I do not have any questions. Any other governing board members have questions or comments for Mr. Rayler? Hearing that there are none, thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, pardon? Okay, up next, library book selection and review process. Dr. Menzel is going to introduce.
Thank you, President Sanowski. I'd like to invite Dr. Kim Dodds-Karen and Nick Bazan to the podium. I'd also like to acknowledge our lead librarian, Gail Oper, who has done a lot of work on this as well. Tonight's presentation will focus on the policy and legislation related to libraries and library books and our systems and practices here in Scottsdale. It will conclude with a discussion around gifts and donations. This is a topic that's relevant not only for books but for other things in the district as well. Tonight we'll be talking about donations that have been recommended for libraries and our process, what we've done in the past and where we're going, and we're going to invite the governing board to provide some feedback. I've had things that have been submitted to me for donation to the libraries, and so tonight we'll outline our current practices, policies, and procedures, and invite your thinking and bring that forward then for future action by the governing board.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. Good evening, Board President Sanowski, Vice President Werner, members of our board, Dr. Menzel, Gladys, those present and watching online. Tonight, Nick and I are going to be providing you with information about our library processes and practices. During this presentation, we will share SUSD policy IJL, laws for posting new books, criteria book selection processes for SUSD libraries that are supported by our library resource specialists and our teacher librarians, provisions for parents to opt out of specific books, processes for challenging a book or requesting its removal, and processes for donating books, SUSD's policy KCD.
Thank you, Dr. Dodds-Karen. So SUSD's governing board policy, IJL, was most recently updated on January 5th of 2023, almost a full year ago. At that time, it was updated to come into compliance with 2022 legislation. At that time, there was House Bill 2439. The legislature there mandated that school districts really do three things for libraries, and it was really all about requiring procedures that essentially complied with parental rights and included an additional parental right. So one of those procedures that was required was to allow parents access to the school library collection of available books and materials. Another requirement was to enable parents to receive a list of books and materials borrowed from the library by their children. And number three, the law also required districts to have procedures to make library books and materials available for public review. Like I said, that was an additional parental right that was codified in Arizona statute. Finally, the law required districts publish on their website a list of books purchased after January 1st, 2023, which I will talk about on the next slide. Notably, Scottsdale Unified School District, in observance of this law and in recognition of this law and of parents' rights, immediately updated their policy and practice to comply with this law. In discussions I've had with Gail in the library department and Dr. Dodds-Karen, the practice was already to provide these rights to parents, but the policy needed to be updated to conform with statute. So IJL is largely based on a statute 15-362, which has some of the language on the slide above, or the slide here. Of note, the policy recognizes that the governing board, now I'm just talking about what the governing board is authorized and required to do. I think it is a may. The governing board may establish the library and may delegate the control of that library to qualified persons. Here at SUSD, the board has delegated the duties to the superintendent and librarians to manage the elements of this policy listed here. And like in all policy, the district's management of libraries can be found in multiple places on the website at susd.org. And essentially what I'm getting at is that there is no regulation for this policy. The procedures and the practices are listed on the website, and Dr. Dodds-Karen is going to discuss them here in a moment. Do I go next slide? So this additional component is the public notice period that's required in 15.721 and 15.722, requiring a 7-day posting of all new books purchased by the districts, and then those new books have to stay up on the website for 60 days. That is on SUSD's website. And as stated, like I said, it's on the website. I'd like to point out that Scottsdale has an additional procedure that not only posts the books that are purchased, which is what the law requires, but also permits parents, concerned parents, to prevent their child from checking out that book. So that's not required in statute, but is something that the library department and Dr. Dodds-Karen can speak to, which is an option on the website.
For the next few slides, we'll take a look at these laws and policies as they relate to the site level. The purpose of our school libraries are to provide books and learning resources for all students, staff, so that we can support and enrich the education of our students, develop and strengthen their love of reading, and broaden horizons through the books that are available. And we are fortunate to utilize capital override dollars to create the incredible libraries that we have in each of our schools. It is certainly a point of pride in our it's a point of pride for our K-8 library resource specialists and our middle school, high school teacher librarians. On the slide here, you can see the criteria for book selection. These longstanding practices have been utilized by our teacher librarians and our library resource specialists in SUSD. The book selection process also includes a vetting process where consideration from varied sources are utilized to also complement the selection process. We do see an opportunity for growth where we can work with our librarians and our library resource specialists to partner them so that maybe they could work in learning communities or in grade bands with trusted colleagues to cross-reference the books they are selecting. As Nick mentioned, in our school district, as with curriculum that is teacher facilitated, in our libraries, we want to make sure parents are also aware of their ability to view the materials that their student will have access to. So here on this slide, you'll see an example of a hyperlink to our main library page found on our district website. That library link provides families all sorts of information about Destiny, book checkout history, processes for opting a student out of a book, and it also includes a link that will take people directly to the sites for the 7-day notice of the 60-day posting of any new materials that are being added. And what also we think is helpful, in addition to having that checkout history, the steps for a parent to follow are listed for any choice that they might have to not have their student check out a book. Book challenges and removal. This aligns with policy IJL, and Nick will talk a little bit about that.
So at the bottom of the slide there, you can see there's a link which is up on the library website for any parent that objects to a book that's in the library to fill out a form. That form goes directly to the curriculum department. And there's a process then where the curriculum department would then communicate with the principal and potentially remove that book temporarily, and then perhaps have a committee process to discuss the book. What I'm going to get into momentarily is to discuss the policy and sort of why it is a difficult space to be in from a legal perspective. So the removal of books from school libraries, like I said, the statute gives the governing board the authority to govern the school library, but the U.S. Supreme Court weighed in on that back in 1982 when I was wee little. And at that point, what the Supreme Court essentially said was that the First Amendment is paramount to the governing board's discretion. And so some of the law and some of the analysis comes into a First Amendment analysis, which makes it difficult to create procedures. It makes it a complex problem. So a book may be objectionable for a multitude of reasons, but on the other hand, like I said, the governing board's discretion is limited. Similarly, there are two additional limits on removing books that are in your policy, in SUSD policy, and also in statute. So number one, the policy states, and it's up there, that removal for disapproval of political ideas or social perspectives is a prohibited, something that the governing board cannot remove books for. That language, political ideas or social perspectives. And like I said, this policy was adopted by this board on January 5th of this year. And so this particular policy makes management at the district level something that the district is going to err on the side of caution on, right? You as a governing board have given us guidance to not remove items for political ideas or social perspectives, and that's going to make it difficult to ever remove any book because of that, at least in that subject matter. The additional limitation on removing books is 15362. It's a state law that prohibits the governing board at all from having books of a sectarian, partisan, or a denominational character. Now, I spent some time looking at this prior to this meeting, This particular definition is not defined in statute. The Attorney General, even before that Supreme Court case that I mentioned, before I was born, discussed this a little bit and in an opinion, and at that point they said that what sectarian, partisan, and denominational means, or what you're going to look at, is really what is the basic purpose of the book or of the material. So if the basic purpose is to promote a sectarian or a partisan ideal, then it's prohibited from the library. However, if it contains some partisan, but that's not the basic purpose of it, then it's not necessarily prohibited. The example at the time, which I'm not sure is still around or at least in wide circulation, was the Christian Science Monitor. Used to be a widely read newspaper, had some editorials that were partisan, but the rest of it was a reputable newspaper for the time period. So all of that is to say that SUSD has a process for parents to request to review a book, and once requested, a principal may opt to remove the book temporarily while this difficult analysis is conducted. And now Dr. Dodds-Karen is going to discuss the donation process and policy KCD.
Donations are an area that is quite new to us. Earlier, I mentioned the support that we receive from Capital Override and the ability to purchase books for our school libraries. So donations are not something that many of our schools process regularly. As such, in alignment with policy KCD, following guidance from finance and also benchmarking off of other departments who do receive donations regularly, like fine arts and athletics, you'll see here on the slide, and we've outlined a process that would align with our district procedures for accepting donations, which would include the donator contacting the school, the teacher librarian, which is what we have at our middle schools and our high schools, or the library resource specialist, who we have in our elementary schools, would then discuss with their principal the request that has been brought before their school. Then they would reference our book selection criteria that I previously shared, and then they would say, okay, we think that this would be an appropriate donation. Then they would complete the gift request form that is found on our website. The principal fills that out. If I understand correctly, it feeds into finance, and then that's how it feeds into you, where you see the gifts and donations that the board then approves. Once the board approves the gifts and donations, the schools are notified, and then our teacher librarians or library resource specialists would go through their process of 7-day notice, 60-day posting, barcode the books, and then add them into the library. So that is something that would be new for us because, like I said before, we haven't had large-scale donations for books. And with that, we wanted to have an opportunity for questions and discussion, feedback from you as the board.
Thank you both for the meaningful presentation. Question about policy KCD, referencing donations. Where does a request for purchase to be included either for recreational use or instructional use, where would that fall into our policies for books? So let's say a teacher or a parent or students are requesting the purchase of a particular title. What's the process to follow?
That's great. So I mentioned previously that our librarians really appreciate the opportunity to select books. So they have a keen awareness of what's trending in their schools, what units teachers are working on that they might be able to add books to the libraries to support. So I wouldn't call it a formal process where we have a Google form that a teacher fills out or a student fills out. But instead it would be teachers talking with the teacher librarian, the librarian talking with the kids in the library, I know when I was a teacher, I certainly loved Robert Munch books, and they were great, predictable books for my young readers. So if they weren't in my library, that might be something I would have gone to Mrs. Raines, our librarian, to say, hey, can we get more Robert Munch books in our library? So it's just that relationship between the librarians, our teachers, and our students.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for our presenters? Board Member Carney.
Thank you, President Snowski. Thank you for the presentation. I've just got a few questions. Since you're referencing the policy IJL, talking about that the board has no say in removing books with certain political ideas or social perspectives, I get that. So how are librarians held accountable to not purchase books that fall into that category?
And I believe the term was we have limited discretion. It wasn't that we are not allowed, to clarify.
I'm sorry?
I believe the term that was used was that the governing board has limited discretion. So we do have decisions, we can have input on decisions that are made.
Right, I understand, but the policy says may not be removed due to the board or district's disapproval. So I was just clarifying, so how are the librarians held accountable to not purchase books of political ideologies, or social perspectives? How?
Do you want to start that, or do you want me to start that?
Well, just to clarify the policy and the statute, because I think it's two separate requirements. One, the board policy, if the board wants to remove a book for these reasons, your policy prohibits you to do it. So you would need to change the policy in order to do that. And so it's really the administration's responsibility to execute this, to establish procedures for the removal of these books. And so then your follow-up question is, how is that actually being done? Or
Yeah, or what guidelines do we have district guidelines for our librarians to follow at all schools? Do we have the same guidelines?
so the policy, there's a bullet point there. Objectionable materials for reasons reasonably related to legitimate pedagogical concerns. That's part of the guideline, legitimate pedagogical concerns. So I'll let Dr. Dodds-Karen discuss the way the librarians actually deal with that issue.
So when librarians are selecting materials for the libraries, they're going to do their very best to ensure we have a balance, and not like a one-for-one, I bought this book, I have this book. But we do have books that have a wide range of perspective, and that's important because we want to broaden student understanding to either support what they already believe or to have another perspective to either validate or negate what they're thinking about. But in terms of a policy for a political perspective, we don't have a policy for a political perspective.
I just mean, it seems to vary from school to school depending on leadership, on what books are being allowed in our schools. So I think that's part of the issue. But, I mean, parents do have the right to easily know what books are in their child's school library. And they also don't have time to go searching for specific titles. Is there anywhere where the titles are linked to a summary where parents can learn more about the books? Because from what I see, it's just a title with an author. So it makes it difficult for parents to really know what that book is about, or what.
Yep, the library resource catalog, thank you for that question, Board Member Carney. Our library resource catalog through Destiny, a parent can view any book that's in the library at their school. They also can check out their child checkout history, but when they look at the book, they would have to do some research to see what is the story Stephanie's Ponytail about, and learn a little bit about by reading that review. That is something, though, too, that our teacher librarians, when they do look for materials, they do reference some very important resources that are well respected in the library associations. So you could always have somebody reach out to their school librarian and gather information like that for them.
they could do that.
Okay, and then it's come to my attention that there are different labeling on different books according to different school libraries. So are there any guidelines for the librarians to follow as far as how they're allowed to tag or label the spine of books? Or
That's another great question. I can certainly defer to Gail Oper on any other stickers. I do know that at some of our campuses, our librarians have added some additional labels to let students know a genre or theme within a story so that they could either choose to go to that section or not. Sometimes book covers can be misleading, and so often we're drawn to the cover. What does that look like? And so there are some cues that can help kids in making that decision.
Right, so I think that's something that we need to be very transparent about, and I think parents must know and understand what labels are being used on books in their child's school library.
Okay.
Because that's something that's come to my attention. And I'm wondering, I saw a long list, but right here, yes, perfect. So can librarians use whatever sources to vet books before purchasing, or is it consistent across the district what sites they need to go to vet the books?
Thank you again, Board Member Carney, members of the board. The examples that we have listed here are resources that we asked librarians or library resource specialists to use, and that's an area that I mentioned that we do see this as an opportunity for a double check. And so if we partner people up either by grade band or by learning community, I could present to Nick, hey, these are the books that I'm thinking of buying for my school library. Here's why I selected them. And then he could take a look at them and say, yeah, you know what, I'm adding that one too. And I hadn't thought about that one. Or, hey, let's read another review about this so that we can make sure we do have a good cross balance of that.
Okay, because I do have a concern that one of our librarians did give me this summary of a review from BookLooks, and I don't see that on there, booklooks.org. And it was 5 pages of controversial things, along with 20 profane words, and then it was still purchased. So I'm just concerned on maybe reining it in onto a few sources where people can vet, all librarians can vet, so that it's more consistent across the district, because I don't see how we can be having 5 pages of controversial things and we still purchase the book for middle schoolers. So it's a concern, the vetting process, I think. And then lastly, I just want to know, can you speak to what are overdrive purchases? Because I can see that listed when you go in and look at what books have been purchased.
For our digital books, or Overdrive and Sora are our digital platforms for purchasing or logging materials. It's like our database. Gail, you can come on up. And Overdrive.
I don't know, I just saw when I went, there's a list of Overdrive books, but it doesn't really say, it names like one school, whether it's purchased for all middle school or all high school.
So you can do it that way, and people have their own money, but we share the books, usually.
It's a database.
Yeah, it's a database they can all use, but we do, middle school has a certain level, so they can't get the high school books.
Okay, and then parents do have access to that app, to that Sora app that you're talking about?
Well, you'd have to go through your child's ID number, but those books, anything new, we're doing a running total on that same page that we're posting. We're
Right.
just leaving it up there. Because they might get, one book might get purchased one day, and we get it in, half hour. So those are just staying on the site.
Okay.
It's Board Member Carney, it's a digital book.
Yeah,
So
I think I more
e-book.
wanted for the community to understand, because if they go on and
Yeah.
look, it says Overdrive books, but it doesn't explain what that means or where
That's
that's at.
ebooks. We could be more clear on the website about that.
Would that be helpful if we added that it's an ebook, kind of like at the public library when you select an e-reader versus the hardback book that just pops into your Kindle?
I think so.
Okay.
I think just so everyone understands that that's actually not a hard book in the library,
Sure.
that it's one of the ebooks, so.
Yep.
Thank you for the presentation and for answering all the questions.
Dr. Hurt Wells.
Thank you, Board President Snowski. I just wanted to, this avid reader, thank our esteemed librarians for the great job that they do across the district. In the past couple of years, it's been a tough position to be in, and they've done a wonderful job. And just to reiterate what Mr. Baker during public comment had made a reference to the library being a ticket to adventure, and I certainly shared that sentiment growing up. So I just wish to thank them, and thanks for the presentation. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Vice President Werner.
Thank you for the presentation. So have you guys considered doing a library open house at the different campuses where you can invite parents in so they can tour the libraries and just see what's in there, and just for transparency and getting parents comfortable with their, particularly middle schoolers and younger kids, to see what's in the library? Is that something that you guys would consider? Because I think it'd be an awesome opportunity. I would go as a parent.
Thank you for that, Vice President Werner. We certainly could add to. I know that when we do a future Firebird night, that all of our buildings are open and parents can go visit. I know on an open house night or a scholastic book fair, but we could certainly work with our librarians, maybe even during parent-teacher conferences, to say, hey, while you're on campus, swing by. I'd love to introduce myself to you and share the great resources, and truly thank our citizens because of their votes, we get the capital override dollars to maintain wonderful libraries for our kids.
Thank
you. I just want to throw out there something that I think is really important when we talk about procedures and safeguards that we have in place. I personally think that we need to trust the professionals that are trained and serve in those positions, because they deal with a lot of these issues on a regular basis. So, throughout our district, we have qualified librarians. It's not like they just decided to one day wake up and become a librarian. There is extensive training in that professional field. So, out of respect for our trusted professionals, we need to acknowledge that as part of the procedure for vetting book titles and their better judgment. Now, as human beings, are we always perfect? No, not at all. So yes, there are things that we can do to improve our systems. Consistency, I think, is really important across our district, at least as far as procedures are concerned. But again, I think it's important to trust the employees and their professionalism. I don't see any other requests to speak on this topic, so thank you both for your presentations. And we're going to, I think Mr. Buzan is going to stay up here, and Roger Spivey and maybe Shannon are going to provide support to the governing board policy DID regarding inventories.
Good evening, members of the governing board, Dr. Menzel, Mrs. Wagner. DID, this is the first read. This is the district's policy on inventories. I believe it's going to be up there momentarily.
Good, you're putting up the black line copy. Thank you. And all governing board members did
can you put up
receive
the
this
other copy?
information before. So that's the clean copy. And the black line is showing the proposals.
Okay, it's a little bit different than the proposal, so I may have a question for Ms. Crozier. If you would go back to the black line copy, please. Thank you. So this policy was sent out to governing board members a time ago. This policy requires the superintendent to establish a program to implement district inventory procedures, which shall include inventory of land, buildings, and equipment as required in the Uniform System of Financial Records. Roger Spivey and the Finance Department reached out to legal last month and stated he essentially requested that musical instruments, which the old policy, or the current policy states, that have an acquisition cost greater than $150 shall be placed on the stewardship listing. So he asked that that be lifted for musical instruments alone. He said this policy was last changed in 2009, that the policy is currently requiring the district to inventory very small items, even mallets. And so he's requested that this be removed. The request, I believe, was for items of musical instruments up to $500, but the black line just has that completely out of there. So, Ms. Crozier?
Yes, and I know Roger is also online. So it really came down to aligning the price of instruments at this point in time is so much higher than it had been, that it was getting to what is really feasible when it comes to instruments. And the idea not being that every single thing for disposal come or be on that stewardship listing, and really looking at what is the right price. I believe, Roger, was there a dollar amount that should have been in there? I think there was.
So after reviewing some feedback from other districts, we thought it would be best just to align it with the general stewardship listing of $1,000. And then we wouldn't have a separate category just for instruments.
So this would line anything of $1,000, regardless if it was a musical instrument or not, would be $1,000 before it goes on that stewardship listing. So it's kind of to align with other policies that are out there, also recognizing that most things anymore cost more than $150.
Yeah, and all other equipment is only tagged and inventoried at $1,000. For some reason, SUSD implemented a separate policy for instruments, but it's really not necessary any longer.
Question. It seems a large jump, as I'm understanding this, to go from $150 to $1,000.
It would only be for the musical instruments going up to $1,000, so it would line it more so with the general policy on assets, which is what we're seeing other districts do.
Yeah, I reviewed policies from probably 15 other districts in the valley. We were the only other district that had a separate policy for music instruments. And I understand in 2009, something of $150 might have been something we wanted to track. But now when we're doing annual inventories and we're really spending hours looking for things like mallets, it's not a good use of our staff's time. And it doesn't align with any other equipment, any other inventory standard that we have.
Roger, can you address how the inventory process will take place for musical instruments that we lease out to students for use? Or will there be none?
So I can't say that there wouldn't be any. So obviously, anything that we already have in the system will still be tagged, and that will still be inventoried until it goes through the disposal process. We currently inventory every site at least every 3 years, and that includes all equipment, including musical equipment. And so this will eliminate the need for us to tag this item and track it in our financial system. But most of this equipment will still be tracked in Destiny. So we'll still have the ability to track it and inventory it in Destiny. It's just not going to be tied to Visions anymore and not be tied to our financial audit and our financial inventory.
That comment is super helpful. Thank you, Roger.
Yes, ma'am.
Vice President Werner has a request to speak.
How does this affect the students and the parents who pay for the leases or pay for the instruments?
I can answer that.
It'll have no impact.
Yeah, there would be no impact. When they check out an instrument, so if a student is checking out a musical instrument, the tag part on it is really just on the financial side, so we know what assets we have. But when that's checked out, it's still checked out and tagged to that student. So when they bring it back in through, like a library book, when they bring it back in, it's taken off of their record.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any other requests to speak, so thank you for the conversation on this topic. We are going to move on to the first read of the middle school planning guide for the 24-25 school year, and I believe Dr. Sakos and Dodds Karen are going to be on hand for this.
Good evening. Board President Sanowski, Vice President Werner, members of the board, Dr. Menzel, Gladys, Dr. Hartwells, I apologize, I did not acknowledge you in my previous meetings up here, but hello, Dr. Hartwells in the cloud, and all others present
Hello.
or in the cloud. I don't know why I look up at the sky, like I can see you, but I know you're there. Tonight, I'm going to present to you the first read of the middle school planning guide. Tonight, I will share with you the annual review process, the stakeholder input, how we coordinate with our student information department, as well for courses and the codes that align with the ADE. We'll share with you some new courses, edits, and updates. The middle school planning guide, similar to high school planning guide, has a great committee. It's a little smaller in scale, but on the slide here before you, you see members of our middle school and K-8 schools, the principals represented, members of our teaching and learning team in terms of coordinators, directors, coaches, as well as Stacy and Kelly over in CIMAR and Tiffany, our admin assistant. This is a committee that Dr. Sakos and I lead together. Tonight, one of the first courses that I want to share with you, and just for knowledge sake, the information I'm going to share to you is sequential by page number. So I thought that might be easier than having to flip back and forth if you were looking at the guide. But on page 16, I'm going to start with a new course that was proposed by Principal Kat Hughes over at Echo Canyon for a course called Middle School Guitar. And this is born out of an interest at her campus and some resources that they have available. This course is designed to cover such areas as fundamental reading, basic techniques for playing the guitar. Students would be responsible for providing their own acoustic guitar or utilize a rental if available. And this would be available for students in grades 6, 7, or 8. On page 25, you will see that we are recommending the addition for the continuation of the dual language immersion Mandarin program at Desert Canyon Middle School. Looking ahead on page 25 to adding that science component for 7th grade, and then thinking about the following year that we would begin prepping for 8th grade as well. You might remember that last year we added in the 6th grade. On page 37, you will see another new course. This falls under general electives, and it's an advisory, intervention, and enrichment course. It's designed to offer students an advisory time as well as intervention or enrichment based on individual students' needs. In grades 6, 7, and 8, it would be available at Cheyenne, Copper Ridge, Cocopah, Desert Canyon, Ingleside, Mojave, and Tonalea. You might think, well, why not Mountainside? They have some other electives for their middle years IB program. And also over at the K-8 at Echo, Principal Kat Hughes has some other interventions already happening on her campus with her existing K-8 model. This course really emerged from our principals who have all been doing something a little bit differently. Some have been calling it win time, some have been calling it power hour, some have been adding in a reading period. But as we've been spending now, this is our second year of the multi-tiered systems of support MTSS STAT team for our strategic plan. Having Principal Dr. Jagodinsky on our committee, Principal Kellum at Cheyenne has served on that committee. We've really all been talking about what are we doing to target student need for Tier 2 and Tier 3 intervention, and just kind of a beautiful consequence of all of this has been our principals saying, you know what, we could just simply tweak what we've all been dabbling with and formalize it, build it into our schedules, and working with Stacy Gabrielson, looking at what those instructional minutes look like, they all came to a consensus that they thought this would be a great course to add in officially to their campuses. We also are bringing back into the guide, while not new for all of our schools with AVID, what we noticed when we looked through the planning guide was that that AVID elective course description wasn't actually in the planning guide. There had been some other iterations of that type of elective, so we looked back to a planning guide from 2012 to see how did the district define that AVID elective in the middle school planning guide then. We took that description, shared it with our campuses that utilize AVID, made a few tweaks, which then presents to you here this AVID elective description that would be a reinstatement of a former description in a previous planning guide. We would also reactivate that previously approved course code. Also, last year, Director Sarah Torrione began doing some updates for the gifted program. We didn't get them into the planning guide last year, so we revisited them again this year with our principals. So on page 39, you will see that there's an update for gifted humanities for those independent investigations. There's a language update for that. And then on page 54, there's gifted program and eligibility descriptions that have been updated. So on page 54, you'll see that there's a replacement recommendation. We've just kind of swapped out one page for another that can be found on page 54. On page 40, we are recommending that we remove Math for Success and Reading for Success. And the reason we are recommending that we remove Math for Success and Reading for Success is because we already have another course in the planning guide. We have a language and literature support class and a math support class. And so we see those as the same, and campuses were using them kind of interchangeably. So to make every campus have a consistent course offering, we thought it would be more appropriate to remove that Math for Success and Reading for Success. And then we had some edits and corrections that I just wanted to mention. Of course, we'll update the date on the cover page. We'll have the new SUSD logo. We will also add to this planning guide, just as we have been doing in the high school planning guide, as we move to the Latin Honor System of Recognition, the elimination of the term class rank. We also changed some language related to the principal list and honor roll to mirror the grading guidelines that were revised and updated with our principals last year. So those are just a parallel. If you were to look on the grading guidelines document and you look now at our planning guide, it would be that same language. We found a typo for social studies on page 26. We also needed to add in course numbers for computer science, the CS 101, CS 102, the coding in Python. And then we also updated the version of the legal notice that will be further updated when we go into the new year as well with the 24-25 school year. And since submitting this presentation to Gladys, we also were made aware of a typo for the word semester on the coding courses, so we have fixed that as well. Something that our committee has been talking a lot about, I mentioned to you how in the last 2 years we've really been talking about multi-tiered systems of support. We've also been thinking about what does it look like to be future focused? What does that classroom environment look like? What courses do we need to be thinking about? And so from that, we believe it's important for us to form an additional focus group that kind of blends together the work of that innovation stat team to involve our principals, our student advisory board, members of our team in teaching and learning and ed services, as well as community partners. And you'll see we created just kind of a graphic to think about a variety of components that we believe would lend toward future focused learning, the integration of some new ed tech standards, voice and choice for students and teachers, listening to what the community is desiring for our graduates, looking at what innovation looks like in a classroom in terms of our teaching and learning practices, real-world problem solving, the 4 C's of collaboration and communication and critical thinking and creativity. And then you'll see we have in a smaller dot AI. We know how important AI is, but we don't think for us that that needs to be our overarching goal, that that's a component of it. So we do think that that's an important component to really develop neat courses that could be available to kids, or tweaking of our existing courses that can foster more voice and choice, that can integrate those ed tech standards, not just as a standalone. We've coming off the hour of code and computer science week, where there's a lot of emphasis on that for a period of time. But what does that look like more frequently for children in their English classes, in their math classes, their social studies, and their sciences? So it's not just always a standalone. So those are some important next steps that we believe we need, so that we can do more of a grassroots effort to shift what's going on in our classrooms. So with that, questions or feedback?
Questions, governing board members? Board Member Carney.
Thank you, President Sinowski. Thank you for the presentation. And I just have a question on the new course, the advisory, the intervention, and enrichment. Is that going to be for all students?
All students at a point in time in the day will be divided into, imagine it's all of us who are present here today, and you are the classroom teachers. Some of us would go to you, Board Member Carney, some would go to Board Member Lindsay, some would go to Vice President Werner, et cetera, based on readiness. So if I've been struggling perhaps with something going on in reading class, and you have a passion for reading, you're an English teacher, or maybe you're the social studies teacher and you just draw kids in, I might be going into your class and you are going to help me for about 30 minutes. The time ranges a little bit between the campuses based on their schedules, but then you would go and you would give me like a double dip, an extra help.
Okay, and how long is this class?
Currently, we're going to tighten that up. Right now, it ranges from 17 minutes to 30 minutes. So working with our principals, looking at their schedule, seeing what that class period could look like for them, we'll finalize that the best that their schedules can accommodate.
Okay, and is this something that parents will have knowledge of or be able to opt into or opt out of?
This will be on their students' schedule, so the whole school will go to it. So like, for example, currently at Tonalea or at Mojave, they have a period, Mojave's is right after their lunch period right now, where every student does a focus on reading. And so that's what they do. At Tonalea, it's called Power Hour, and the kids are divided up among teachers, and we would certainly inform families because it would be on their schedules as well, so parents would know too.
Okay, I just think it's vital that we spell out exactly what's going on each day in that course, because I do have knowledge of this course and did not have knowledge of what was actually going on in that course, so I highly recommend that we make sure parents know exactly what's going on in that class.
Yeah, thank you. That's important for us to be sure we do, especially we'll be utilizing some of our digital resources for progress monitoring kids, let's say. And so kids will know how they're progressing. So that'll be important for them to go home and celebrate. Or if we have kids who are going to enrichment because they're already doing really well in school, they get to do a passion project. So how are we allowing the student to go home and communicate that too will be important for us.
Okay, and this is a pass-fail?
Pass-fail course, yes.
Okay,
and that was something that our principals were very passionate about as well, especially for students who were struggling. They didn't want them to have one more area of struggle on their report card.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Lindsay.
My computer shut down, so I have to go off memory, but on the honors classes, would it be worthwhile to notate what the prereqs are? Like, say, see page 54?
Oh, certainly.
Since it's stashed in the back.
That's a great idea.
And then I noticed, I just picked this up.
Kind of like we do on High School Planning Guide, where we have a little note that says, must have completed algebra with a C or better, or something like that. Good idea, thank you.
On ELA, I'm a literal person, but on ELA it says, for honors, it builds a strong foundation for college readiness. Doesn't say anything like that for Gen Ed ELA.
Thank you for that catch too. Because certainly every course we would expect that. Okay.
But that's the only one, like I didn't see it for math, didn't
Okay.
see it for science or social studies, just ELA.
Okay.
Differentiated honors gets you ready for college. Didn't say that for Gen Ed.
Okay.
Any other questions? Dr. Hurtwells?
Yes, I do have questions, and I'm having some technology kind of lags. So I'm just going to follow up, Dr. Dodds, Karen, with an email and line those out rather than try to do this over the Ethernet. But just there is just one question I'll leave you with, but the rest I'll send out, and you can just respond to the whole board. And that is, there's a chart of the math trajectories, and an overarching question here is, how has that math pathway at SUSD been changed or amended in the last couple of years since we've been talking about how important it is to revisit how math proficiencies, particularly in the middle school, and how is that reflected in this planning guide, or how has that conversation and those goals over the last couple of years informed what we're looking at tonight?
Thank you for that, Dr. Hartwells, and I will certainly add that in the memo. I will tell you, when I look at one of the illustrations, I very much remember Dr. Benson at the time creating the graphic that we have when she was our director of curriculum. And so our courses certainly have been the same for our 6th, 7th, 8th grade algebra, geo, trig kids in the middle school. I do believe that the high school course that has the asterisk symbols and the plus signs, that has been updated more recently, and I can certainly work with our math coaches to get a little bit of a timeline on that too. But also your bigger question of what constitutes the courses in a response to the growing needs in our communities and university systems.
Yes, and even maybe more acutely, the conversations of the board, the last two boards rather, and the strategic plan, the KPIs, all focusing in some way on prioritizing math proficiencies, particularly in the middle school years. So I am keen to understand how the current planning guide proposed today for next school year took that into account and aims to elevate those proficiencies levels. So I'll leave it at that, and I think we can just handle that through email.
Okay.
And then I'll follow up with my specific questions with page numbers to help cross-reference. Thank you.
Thank you.
I noted that other governing board members shared some of my concerns and questions as well. The next steps is the most exciting part to me, and I'm disappointed that those are next steps and not things we're actually putting into initiation for the next school year, because progress moves so slowly sometimes. It's like those ideas, why aren't we running with it? We know our kids need this, whether it's enrichment or remediation. In my mind, we should be providing those and really leaning into our strategic plan and our objectives to create a world-class, future-focused learning opportunity. And you hear from experts all the time how that begins with students in the middle school years, preparing them for their high school, preparing them for their life choices. So I think this falls a little flat. I'm not going to ridicule in public by any means, but I do see we have great opportunities here. And given that this is a first read, I hope that some of the input from the governing board members is seriously considered and not it just as a thought, that it goes into some action. Thank you. And I do not see any other requests to speak. So thank you. Thank you to your team too. I know this is a heavy lift. Thanks. Okay, we are going to move on to agenda item 11, which is our consent agenda. I'm going to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as it was amended. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye.
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 And that was 5 governing board members approving the consent agenda as amended. And a couple items were pulled by our governing board members. First pulled was item I, by Board Member Werner to approve the use of Mojave Educational Service Cooperative Contract for the purchase of furniture. No? Oh, I'm looking at L. Sorry, guys. Sorry. They kind of look the same in capital. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's to approve the award of request for proposal RFP 2401 or 011 digital resources for K-5 ELA and math, correct? Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Thank you. So was there a committee that approved this? Did this go through open meeting law or anything like that? What was the process for this?
Very much appreciate the questions and opportunity to clarify, so thank you, Vice President Werner. So as many of you know, the iReady resource was identified years ago and has been part of our evidence-based intervention, a key tool to address learning loss in our ESSER plans, including ESSER 3, which has a targeted closure date of September of 2024. We've shared that previously. iReady is no longer on the co-op we were using, and so while we didn't anticipate needing to do so, we needed to do an RFP to identify an intervention tool to use for the remainder of this school year and potentially beyond. Ironically, two important conversations were happening this fall that are kind of working in our favor, in that, as you've heard referenced again this evening, the work of our MTSS strategic action teams had actually identified a need, a wish, before we even knew this was shaking out in this context, to identify a handful of evidence-based resources moving forward. So our sites weren't locked into one resource at Tier 2 or Tier 3, affording our sites some choice to meet the needs of the students on their campus. Much like was the request by our governing board members last spring with the tutoring, not just locking us into one tutoring, and so we've expanded that. A similar process is at work here. The other big piece to our context is that since last fall, actually towards the end of October, the Department of Ed has indicated if districts have remaining dollars as we sunset ESSER this year, we can elect to extend the use of intervention tools to prepay for them for up to 3 years prior to the September 2024 sunset hard stop. So your vote tonight allows our sites a little flexibility in determining which tool they can use for the second semester. So it's an RFP process that was sought out specifically to your question. And instead of us just staying locked into iReady, it afforded us choices to look at any resource for the second semester and moving forward.
Okay, and so since this district was just handed down a letter from the AG regarding the open meeting law violations, does this particular curriculum fall into that category that it should have been, so that we don't, so the district doesn't have an issue with what that letter said, bringing something back that would trigger the previous violations?
Appreciate the question. The RFP process is different than a curriculum process, and I think Roger is still on too, and he may want to speak.
I am.
Okay, so let me go this way. So it didn't need to be approved by a committee or go through any of those things? That's my question.
No, it was
It did not.
It's because it's not a curriculum adoption, it's curriculum resources, then it would just fall under the regular RFP process.
Thank you you clarified the question. Thank you very much. So here's some challenging things that have come up in communications with teachers, with parents, community members regarding the decline in proficiency rates in math and ELA. And the question that's come up, and what people are starting to struggle with, the people I communicate with, is it the curriculum itself? Is it the content itself that is contributing to the decline? And I really had high hopes for the IXL. And I understand that neighboring schools are using it. However, it is embedded with SEL, and it's a focus on feelings and developing identities, and the other things that come along with the CASEL model. And SEL has its place, it's just not in math. And when we look at the schools, even in our district, that have high proficiency rates in math, it is because those teachers teach the way that they have been and what has been working for decades. So my point here is sometimes new is not better, and I want what is best for our kids. And I don't believe that SEL in math is helping our kids. They already have SEL in other curriculums, and they have time set aside for SEL. Most of the schools have that where they work on those things. So I'm not in support of these today for that reason, and I would love to find something that could be as exciting for the kids to learn from, because I understand that IXL was very good in the past. Unfortunately, they've just gone the direction of embedding things that doesn't necessarily need to be in math. And so, aren't there other options out there that aren't not just fully embedded with feelings and identities when it comes to math?
Vice President Warner, I understand your desire to look at other.
Okay.
Sorry, this is Roger
Thank you.
Spivey. We sent this out to dozens of vendors, and we had a dozen vendors respond. So multiple vendors were given ample opportunity to review the RFP and to provide the option for their product, right? Based on what we received, these top 4 scoring vendors were by far the best options for the district with the response that we had.
So I understand that, and you set something out, people had an opportunity to fulfill that request, but what from the district was sought out to have a higher quality product that is truly focused on math and not this other stuff? If anything.
I don't remember if in some of the information that was requested and sent, that we sent the criteria with what we were looking for in the RFP. I believe that was sent. So it's high-quality, evidence-based resources. We have to look at the ratings of what's most effective for both ELA and math in our assessment of the tools. And so that was the criteria that we're looking for, are those qualities and characteristics, the proven resources that are going to most likely be most supportive of that which our teachers are doing and create the best learning of our kiddos. We've reported out previously on learning gains with tools before. On iReady previously to the board, showing the effectiveness, how the frequency of use of students and the learning gains that we've seen in those. So all of those factors and pieces, we're looking for those proven resources known to make the biggest difference for kids' learning when we're evaluating the RFP.
Okay, so you find that the companies that partner with Castle and embed Castle beliefs into the products is what's working best for the students?
So I don't know, I can't make a connection to that. We're not.
So IXL is embedded with Castle with the with those social emotional learning tools. So is that what was, you said that there was specific requirements that you sent out, was that one of them?
So we actually had that. I could pull it up too. Do you have it with you? I can read to you what the criteria was that we were looking for. I don't know that we were flagged an SEL component when we're looking for an ELA and reading resources for an intervention tool, but you have it with you?
We did not. We were looking for things that aligned with the requirements from ADE, right? That aligned with standards that were approved by ADE, but we did not identify a need for something that aligned with Castle.
Okay, thank you. So it is my commitment to support the best products for our kids, and I'm not so sure that we hit the mark on this one. Thank you.
I'd like to make some comments here. Shiny objects, we should not be chasing them. And a shiny object in education is best instruction. Best instruction happens, in my opinion, when teachers have a trusting relationship built with their students, period. Students cannot learn if they are not cared for. If they are hungry or frightened, they will not learn. And SEL is not, to be clear, it is not a class that we make our students take. It is not a curriculum that we intentionally buy and infuse into instructional lessons. Social and emotional learning is a concept describing a human being and their needs to be cared for. It's pretty basic. And so this narrative that's out in to scare the public that we're indoctrinating kids through social emotional learning, is absolutely unfounded and ridiculous. You must care for a student in order to help a student learn, period. Anyone who has dealt with a classroom of students understands the value of creating a trusting environment for that student to learn, regardless of how they show up to school. I'm just going to end it there because I think it's something that our general public needs to be aware of. This SEL fear tactic is unfounded. Dr. Benson.
Appreciate the opportunity to be able to clarify that, which we were purposeful in looking for, because we were not looking for a social emotional learning curriculum. We are very specific about ELA and math. So briefly, our objective was in support of our district KPIs of increased academic achievement, MTSS academic initiatives, and to address learning loss, the district is seeking a digital resource for use in K-5 classrooms that will provide personalized learning for reinforcement and development towards students' mastery of skills and concepts within the content areas of English, language arts, and math. This had to stay in step with expectations of move on when reading as well. We can't just pick any curriculum, we have to pick those that are in line with that. The scope of the work included that it needed to be include an English language arts curriculum, a math curriculum, had to be digital in platform with the capacity for personalizing learning, which means responding to where kids' readiness is, engaging and developmentally appropriate for our K-5 students. It's aligned to Arizona state standards, approved by the Department of Ed, again, for Move On When Reading. It includes a pre and a post assessment. It is integrated or could integrate with our district IT system, which is clever, and it would be accessible for our students a minimum of 3 times per week. Those are the things that we are, the pillars of which we were evaluating the resources and looking for multiple vendors for our sites to choose from, and those are the 4 choices that you have before you today.
Board Member Carney.
Thank you, President Sanowski. So my problem with this is that there's no backup information at all. There's no contracts, no nothing. And I had asked for that to be sent to the board last week and received nothing. So I'm not sure how we're supposed to vote on this without any detailed information on this curriculum.
It is a resource, not a curriculum. Pardon the interruption.
Yeah. So there is no contract at this time because we can't have a contract until it is approved. And even with that, many times the contract is essentially the purchase order. But we did send over to the governing board last week the scope of work for the RFP, the responses, the scorecard, and what the letter of engagement, or I think it's called letter of acceptance form for that, should it be approved. That was sent over to the governing board last week.
Okay, I'm sorry, I did not see that. So could you tell me when that was sent so I can look at that?
Yes. I'll have to pull up my emails, but I'll have that for you shortly.
Or other governing board members, did you get that?
It was sent on December 8th.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hartwells.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing that there are no other requests to speak or address this consent agenda item, and based on the recommendations brought forward from our staff, I would like to make a motion to approve the award of request for proposal RFP 24011, Digital Resources for K-5 ELA and Math. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
No. No.
That motion passes 3-2. And we are going to move on to consent agenda item E, personnel action items. Board Member Carney requested that that get pulled for further discussion. Go ahead, Board Member Carney.
Thank you, President Sinowski. So I just wanted to pull this because this is our only opportunity as a board to have discussion is here in a public meeting. And I just wanted to discuss or make a statement, I guess, about my concern with the board. We received many intense communications from an employee that is now on the agenda with a resignation. And I had asked for the board to be sent some backup information on that and did not receive that. And so I'm just concerned. I don't know what happened between all the communications we were receiving to now a resignation and someone being put on leave. And I just, as a board, I think we need to understand better. There needs to be better communication before we're being asked to approve placing someone on administrative leave.
Is there someone that can address the issues of personnel discussions in public as well as the request by Board Member Carney, as I understand it? Ms. Wilson, go ahead.
I'm going to take a stab that I think that without proper notice of discussing an employee that we cannot do so in a public meeting.
Thank you. And then what would happen if this item does not get approved this evening? What is the impact on our employees in our district? Dr. Menzel?
I was going to say, this is the personnel action report, so there are pay implications and all the rest. Unless the governing board were to remove a singular item from the personnel agenda, it would have significant consequence in terms of being able to make timely payment to our staff. The other thing that I understand, but I would like clarification on, is we have a resignation in here. I don't know that there's a recommendation to put someone on leave in the personnel action report unless I'm missing that part. Alexis?
You have that correct.
Well,
So the employee chose to resign.
okay, here's my point of this, though, is...
Just wait. Ms. Wilson?
Without specifically knowing who we're discussing, and again, I would refrain from speaking about that. I'm not sure. I can assume who we might be discussing, but there is a resignation.
Board Member Carney?
But this is my point, is that we're not understanding what happened from the communications we received to this resignation being on here. If there was better communication, I wouldn't have to pull this and we wouldn't have to have a discussion. So I just...
We would have to discuss that in executive session, as I understand.
Okay. So if we need to pull the one employee and go into executive session, we could do that while we're in there for the other item.
As I just heard two potential actions. One is pull an item from the personnel requests, and the other is to go into executive session to discuss employment status.
So we have to notify said personnel if they are going to be discussed, and they have the option to have that discussed in public as well. So that has not occurred.
And with them in the room.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please make a motion if you'd like.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Ms. Wilson, where the confusion is that there are grievances and complaints, then it shows up as a resignation. I had requested a executive session on this matter so it could be discussed with the person in the room. So they're just concerns on the processes of these matters. And I appreciate this being pulled today so that we could say that, because this isn't the only time. So thank you.
To clarify, was there a KEB report filed through our district process on this particular issue of assumption right now?
President Zanowski and members of the board, again, I'm cautioning about discussing this without having properly notified the employee and making assumption as to the employee we're discussing.
Understood, thank you. Mr. Buzan?
Yeah, I'd just like to add and echo that for the benefit of that particular employee and the district at large, that I think we should be very careful about the discussion, the specifics of what I think we're getting into. There is the executive session option for legal counsel on a particular item, but I'm not sure that we're prepared for that in this situation. I know there was an update to the board. It sounds to me like the update was insufficient. We wanted more information out of it. I think that can be done, and then we can reconvene potentially without violating open meeting law or any suggestion of a violation of open meeting law. But I would like to temper caution on discussing this matter further.
Board Member Lindsay?
Just curious, how would you remove somebody off of there without naming them?
That's the point.
You would have to name them, yes.
I move to approve 12 personnel action items, November 14th, 2023 to December 12th, 2023, item 11E.
I second that motion.
Is there a second?
I
Thank
second
you.
that. Yep. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
I'm abstaining for lack of information.
So we have 3 yeses and an abstention. Board Member Werner, were you going to vote? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said aye.
Okay, so my apologies. We have 4 approvals and 1 abstention. Okay, that motion does pass. The 11E does pass. We are ready to move on to 12B of our action items. Board action is required on these next many motions. Some of this should move rather quickly. Approval of performance-based pay plan for general counsel. Dr. Menzel?
Pursuant to the contractual agreement with General Counsel, it indicates that the governing board will approve the performance-based pay plan consistent with what is done for other cabinet members, as noted at the last meeting. Because Nick joined us after that original performance-based pay plan was approved, this was brought for board consideration and approval consistent with the provisions in his contract.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. All governing board members have received this information in advance including the written details of the employment contract. I see Board Member Carney is requesting to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Sanowski. I just have a question on why Mr. Buzan's performance goals were not set up like the other cabinet members, administrators, where there's a weight assigned to the goals.
The weighting for that, when not specified, means that the 5 goals are weighted equally.
Board Member Werner?
So it's my understanding that it actually says may in the contract. It is not a given. And I'm really challenged to support any package, any compensation package that's over 6 figures when we have staff that are barely making ends meet. So when I voted on this before is because of the way that money is being spent in this district, and it's not going to where it needs to be. It is being spent on administrative bloat and redundant software, redundant technology. And I understand this is going to pass today. However, I'm not in support of it. We have to readjust how we pay our staff, and it has to go to our teachers and frontline staff, not our administrators and administrative bloat.
I'd like to make a motion to approve action item 12B, the approval of performance-based pay plan for general counsel. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Lindsay. All in favor to approve 12B, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
That motion passes 3-2. Moving on.
Board President Snowski,
Yes.
could I just comment, please?
Please.
Thank you. We all received the same legal advice. We all received the same legal advice on this item. We just want to
That is
make that
correct.
clear.
Yep, that is correct. Thank you, Dr. Hartwells. And with that, we're going to move on to action item 12C, approval of selection of audit committee members. I show Shannon Crozier. Dr. Menzel, are you leading that discussion?
The audit committee is appointed by the governing board. There is a vacancy that needs to be filled. 2 applications were submitted for governing board consideration. As has been our practice since the establishment of the audit committee, we invited the audit committee to rank the applicants. We had differences of opinion about which recommendation should be brought forward. And so, given it is ultimately the responsibility of the governing board to appoint a person to that role, we brought forward both candidates without a recommendation for the governing board to decide whom to appoint for that open vacancy.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. And for the general public's information, internal auditing is an independent objective assurance and advisory activity designed to add value and improve the district's operations. It helps the district accomplish its objectives by bringing a systematic, disciplined approach to evaluate and improve effectiveness of risk management, internal control, and compliance. That is the purpose of the audit committee. I just wanted to review that before we have any discussion about the candidates. And I see Board Member Carney is requesting to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Sinowski. So I just find it highly inappropriate to appoint a recent board member to serve with a current sitting board member on this committee. Unfortunately, Ms. Beckman has undue influence as a recent outgoing board member, and the other candidate, Mr. Bingert, has the ability to remain neutral and without bias and without insider knowledge and relationships, and that's what we need.
Does anyone else request to address this?
I have a comment,
Go
please.
ahead. Dr. Hartwells.
Thank you, Board President Snowski. I have a question. In the consent item, it's referencing the audit committee's vote. Did everyone on the audit committee vote, including the current board member?
So there was not a vote by the audit committee. The audit committee was invited to rank the applicants, and that information was sent individually to Shannon Crozier. And because there were some people who ranked one person higher than the other person, and it was not unanimous. And because there were only 2 applicants, we made the determination administratively to bring forward both candidates so the governing board could decide, rather than allowing for a situation where there would have been a board member who also serves on the audit committee voting twice.
But in that ranking, did board member Warner provide input?
Yes.
So it was
Would she be
influenced,
effectively voting
unduly
twice
influenced.
then? Sorry, I didn't mean to overspeak you. I know we have a delay. Would that be
Well, as no decision was made,
right?
no.
So no, but it could have affected the outcome.
Potentially, I mean, it's not
That's
something.
why we're here, right? Because the decision was not made?
Yes.
The audit committee doesn't get to make a decision on who's appointed to a vacancy. The governing board makes a decision who's appointed to the audit committee.
Let me back up then to clarify.
So they didn't make the recommendation.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Is the word
they didn't make a recommendation
Yes.
because there was all board members all audit committee members provided input, including this board member appointed to the audit committee. correct? I'm just asking a factual question.
Not all provided. 3 of the 4 sitting members provided input on the applicants.
And the 4th was Board Member Warner.
Incorrect. It was another audit committee member who did not provide input.
No,
So there were 4 board members. Board Member Werner provided input. There was a 4th member of the audit committee who did not provide input. So we had 3 people who provided input. There was not a meeting of the audit committee to make a recommendation. There never has been a meeting of the audit committee to make a recommendation. When we have an open position, we ask them to provide ranking of the applicants. They give that to the administration so that it can inform a recommendation to the governing board. But we don't have them make a formal recommendation.
I understand. Thank you for the summary of the facts. I'd like to move to nominate Ms. Beckman to the audit committee.
I will gladly make a second to that motion. A motion has been made to nominate Ms. Beckman, and it has been seconded. All in favor to approve that, say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
No. That motion passes 3-2. We're going to move on to D, approval of the facility use decision-making rubric.
So as part of the KPIs the governing board established, there was a request to develop a process by which we determine how we utilize facilities and land that aren't currently being utilized as school properties. And the first step in that was to work with our team to develop a decision-making rubric that would help guide those decisions. What you have in your board packet this evening is the result of that work that identifies the key areas for consideration, where we need to make sure that we have adequate information. And then the rubric that's on page 2 really creates a process where we can identify green, yellow, and red. So instead of a fixed and rigid system, this is, green indicates we've checked all the boxes. This is a good project. Yellow means there might be some additional work to do, and red is it's probably not advisable to proceed. Dennis Rayler did a test run with this on the 68th and Oak property, and indicated that from his perspective, this worked very well. So we believe that what we have in front of the governing board tonight provides a process by which the governing board can analyze, as well as the administration, future use of different properties. Think Choya, Apache, 68th and Oak, and some of the other project proposals that are in front of us. So the recommendation tonight is to approve the decision-making rubric that's presented. We will then operationalize that with respect to some of the properties that are under consideration for future use. We expect that we bring forward 68th and Oak by February at the latest in 2024.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Menzel. I'd like to make a motion to approve the facility use decision-making rubric. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye.
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 That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 12E, second read and approval of the high school planning guide for the 24-25 school year. Dr. Menzel?
Actually, I'm going to turn to Dr. Dodds-Karen and Dr. Benson if there are any questions. Otherwise, there was a presentation at the last meeting.
Yep. Do any governing board members have any questions on this recommendation?
I would point out that there is an opportunity in March or April. We bring back additional revisions, so this approval is necessary for us to continue with the course selection and scheduling for next semester. But there are opportunities for us to make further refinement to the planning guide.
That's super helpful to hear. Thank you. Seeing that there are no requests from governing board members, I'd like to make a motion to approve the high school planning guide for the 24-25 school year. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
I think we had a squeaky eye out there in the cloud. So I believe, Dr. Hartwells, was yours an affirmative vote?
It was an aye, yes, sorry, I was coughing.
Thank you. That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 12F, and that would be, again, second read and approval of Governing Board Policy BCB regarding board member conflict of interest. Oh, I thought that was our legal counsel gaining attention. All governing board members can see the information in the proposal. Does anyone have questions for our legal counsel, Nick Buzan, on this issue? Mr. Lindsay? Nope. Okay. Nope. I see no request to speak. Maybe Dr. Menzel? Okay. I would like to make a motion to approve Governing Board Policy BCB regarding board member conflict of interest. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye.
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 That motion passes 5-0. 12G, approval, second read and approval of Governing Board Policy BDA regarding board organizational meeting. All governing board members have received this information. Do they have any burning questions or concerns about it? Seeing none, I will make a motion to approve the second read and Governing Board Policy BDA regarding board organizational meeting. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye.
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 That motion passes 5-0 as well. On to H, Governing Board Policy BE. So this is a second read and approval regarding school board meetings. Any questions or concerns to address at this time on this board policy update? Note for the general public, we're just not cruising through these. This is a second read, and most of these are at the requirement of state legislation and updating our policies accordingly. No questions or concerns. I'd like to make a motion to approve 12H, Governing Board Policy BE regarding school board meetings. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye.
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 That motion
Aye.
passes 5-0. Moving on to 12I, Governing Board Policy BEDB regarding the agenda. Any questions or concerns on this second read? Seeing that there are none, I'd like to make a motion to approve Governing Board Policy BEDB regarding agenda. Seconded by
Second.
Board Member Lindsay. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 12J, second read and approval, Governing Board Policy EBC regarding emergencies. Board Member Carney. Oh. Okay, no questions or concerns about this second read. So I will make a motion to approve Governing Board Policy EBC regarding emergencies. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye.
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 That motion passes 5-0. On to 12K, second read and approval, Governing Board Policy IKC regarding class rankings and grade point averages. Any questions or concerns about this particular one?
I do.
Board Member Carney.
I just have a quick question. As I know, this seems a little bit backwards to me that this was already somewhat approved through the high school planning guide, I think. I'm not sure the previous board, right, that approved that. So I was just wondering why was policy not approved before it was actually implemented?
Dr. Dodds, Karen can speak to the timing and the planning that took place with respect to this question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Board Member Carney. When we presented, let me rewind. prior to the pandemic, it is my understanding that this conversation started. And I know when I began in SUSD in 2021, the conversation from the governing board then was, let's revisit this. Because we came forward to the governing board and people felt like because of the pandemic, people weren't really aware of all of the work that had been going on leading up to a recommendation for the Latin honor system to replace class rank. So at that time, we relaunched everything, and the governing board then voted to approve in the future, for present time, class of 25 to begin with the Latin honor system. So we did not bring forward the policy at the time because it didn't apply because of our students who were going to continue to be in the rank system through this graduating class. So we're bringing it before you now as we prepare for our juniors who will be seniors next year.
Keeping the cart before the horse. Or the
Yes.
horse before the cart. Yeah. Board Member Werner.
So I was actually in the audience when it was approved. So I fully understand that this is, you're trying to align with some colleges. It gives more students the opportunity to be recognized. However, there is something kind of special about being the valedictorian and the solitarian. And, could we amend this to ceremoniously recognize the valedictorian and solitarian? So the kids that do strive to be number one, that they do get recognized. And I understand it's not part of the platform, but I would really like to see that. And so that it's not just getting to the 4.25 and then you've made it, right? So there's still the top 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5 students even in this system. And so that is my recommendation. I'd like to see that.
Dr. Menzel.
I'd like to ask Dr. Sackos to talk about the practice in Scottsdale because the practice of identifying a valedictorian and a salutatorian isn't something that has been common practice.
So we did a little bit of digging with our high school principals to look at the history of valedictorian and salutatorian. And of course, that recognition is often used simultaneously as when you have a rank 1, 2, 3, 4, you're 1, 2, valedictorian, salutatorian. Currently, one of our high school campuses acknowledges valedictorian and salutatorian at high school graduation. That is Arcadia High School. That began in school year 2017-2018. Of the other campuses, it has not been in practice at least 10 years. 2 campuses, they went back into programs, and it looks like for the last 18 years has not been in practice. Our previous policy did not say that you cannot do it. It was just outlined here because the high school principals felt as though, and the school counselors felt as though there should be consistency from one campus to the next. And right now, that's just the one campus that, again, 2017-2018 began that practice.
So are the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 students recognized as being the top students?
So with class rank, one could look at it and say, you're number one. If there were a valedictorian, salutatorian, you're the valedictorian. And then 2, salutatorian. But not necessarily, valedictorian, salutatorian often was acknowledged in the program, and those were your speakers at high school graduation. Right now, there's oftentimes a student body president, and then they do auditions for the speakers there. Even though there's not an explicit recognition of valedictorian and salutatorian, colleges can recognize that if and again, even though rank is not going to be part of our system for those colleges that require rank, the student can still get a rank, and the counselor can communicate that to the college. We continued conversation with the counselors, and one counselor said to me the other day, colleges know if a student is a 5.0, that student is likely in number 1 spot or tied for that number 1 spot because 5.0 is the highest that you can have.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yeah.
And just for sake of going through a little bit of history on how we got to that process and that decision, it was input from our guidance counselors, our teachers, our students, and parents. They were all involved in this process, and it did not just take place overnight, just to be clear, because we started getting a few canned emails about this, and it wasn't relevant because they were assuming that we were going to have this first discussion and make a decision tonight, and that's not the case. I recall having many meetings and discussing this, as well as understanding the history of where this was coming from.
And I think it's important to note that Arcadia High School for the class of 2024 will acknowledge valedictorian and salutatorian because this is a year where we're still ranking 1, 2, et cetera. But that change would too occur for the class of 2025, much like the Latin honor system.
Super, thank you. Seeing that there are no more requests, I'd like to make.
I have a.
Oh, go
I have
ahead, Dr. Hartwells, I apologize.
Thank you, Board President Snowski. I have a question. So assuming approval, I would ask that each of the high schools please amend their grade transcript templates to remove class rank from the grade transcripts, official and unofficial. I'm going to make sure that process, the follow-through's there.
Yes, and that will begin with the class of 2025.
But for next school year, even when the students are applying in the fall for their colleges, those transcripts need to be devoid of class rank, because right now they're still on there.
Correct. So ranking does typically did occur at the end of a sixth semester, which was at the end of, sixth semester, end of junior year. So there will no longer, without us ranking for the class of 2025, there will not be anything on their transcript that indicates such a rank.
Right now, I appreciate that. Right now, the template has that on there. So I'm just asking if we just, from an administrative perspective, make sure that those templates are revised before the start of the school year next year for those students who are applying early.
And we can certainly do that, Dr. Hartwells, in working with our system. I believe it would be through Parchment.
Thank you.
Dr. Hartwells, did you want to make a motion?
I will make a motion. I move to approve the second read and approval of Governing Board Policy IKC regarding class rank grade point averages.
I would second that motion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
That motion passes 4-1. Moving on to second read and approval of Governing Board Policy IKF regarding graduation requirements. Do any governing board members have questions or comments on this second read?
I do, Board President Snowski.
Go ahead, Dr. Hartwells.
And I'd like to offer actually a motion to table the second read of Board Policy IKF. I want to acknowledge, though, first, all the work that has gone into this. I appreciate it, and as well as a lot of the content that was removed in the proposed amendment is indeed obsolete. But I feel like we have a great opportunity here to amend the graduation requirements to make sure that they are recalibrated in line with the strategic plan and specifically what the term future focused means. Right now, as proposed, other than removing the obsolete references, there's not been substantive changes to the graduation requirements, but nonetheless, the world has moved in a different direction. My recommendation is that the Superintendent, Dr. Menzel, gain input on what indeed graduation requirements for a future-focused student, future-focused, future, I guess for lack of a better word, would indeed look like. And what I'm referring to here is perhaps obtaining input from subject matter experts to inform a definition of what that should look like. And further, I would ask that that recommendation, an updated staff recommendation, be brought to the board no later than April of 2024 so that we can consider it for the following school year.
Was that a complete motion?
Those were my comments. My motion is to table this item
Okay,
until April with an updated staff recommendation.
got it. So table it with the stipulation as stated.
Yes.
I would second that. I had commentary on this particular item, but I feel like I don't need to share that tonight, and I can share it through email if the beings are interested. I have seconded that. All in favor to table this item at this time, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
That motion
Aye.
passes 5-0 to table that. Moving on to second read and approval governing board policy JK, student discipline. Seeing that there's no request to speak, I just want to make clear on these next three agenda items have an exception in quotations there, except in cases where a student is determined to have brought a firearm to school or as listed below in item F. And that is in all three of the next proposed governing board policies. Stating that, I'd like to make a motion to approve governing board policy JK regarding student discipline. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Seconded by board member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye.
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 That motion passes 5-0. And N states that second read and approval governing board policy JKD regarding student suspension. Any conversation on that? If not, then I will move to a motion to approve governing board policy JKD regarding student suspension. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by board member Lindsay again. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 That motion passes 5-0. On to O, second read and approval governing board policy JKE regarding expulsion of students. Seeing no requests of commentary, I'll make a motion to approve second read and approval of governing board policy JKE regarding expulsion of students. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by board member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye.
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 That motion passes 5-0. Last action item of this evening under this part of our agenda is a second read and approval of governing board policy JLH regarding missing students. Any questions or commentary? Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve governing board policy JLH regarding missing students. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by board member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye.
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 That motion also passes 5-0. Moving on to agenda item 13A, discussion and consideration of the superintendent's mid-year evaluation pursuant to governing board policy CBI, evaluation of the superintendent, and ARS, state statute 38-431.03A1. The employee has been notified in writing in accordance with the statutory provision, and I make a motion that we move into executive session accordingly to discuss this. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Buzan, I see your light is on.
I just wanted to recognize Luis Casada, our paralegal, who worked on a lot of these black lines for the board. She did a lot of work on this, and she's probably listening right now, so thank you, Luis.
Thank you, Luis. Back to our motion. It's been motioned and seconded, and all in favor to move into executive session? Board member Lindsay? Yeah. Say aye.
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 That motion passes 5-0. We will move into executive session. All right, the time is 11:49 PM. I make a motion to leave executive session. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Lindsay. All in favor to leave executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes 4-0. We are reconvening our regular governing board meeting at 11:49 PM. Governing board reports. Governing board reports, anyone, for the record? Board Member Werner.
I attended the Saguaro 6A championship game last week, and it was awesome to be back with the Saguaro staff and the players. And a huge congratulations to Coach Hill and his staff and the team that brought home the big trophy. I toured Mojave Middle School with Mr. Ackerson and met Mr. Ferrero, and I know they were working very, very hard to make Mojave excellent. I also attended the Be Kind Project Full Circle Gala and spent time with Ms. Cerna, Principal Palatucci, and Mr. Crozier. It was such a great program, and proud to have 8 schools, and with hopefully 2 additional schools coming on board to be Kind schools. And I know Ms. Cerna is coming back soon, and she would love for us to be the first Be Kind district in Arizona. So.
Thank you. Seeing that, Board Member Carney, go ahead.
Thank you, President Sanowski. I just wanted to thank the employees and anyone that's stuck with us tonight on this nearly 6-hour meeting. And I just want to say this is a consequence of going to one board meeting in November that we have to be here this long tonight. But thank you for all of you who have stuck with us. I also want to let the community know that SUSD has a Sex Ed Human Growth and Development for grades 6 through 9 Curriculum Adoption Committee, which is open for applications until 12 noon on Friday, December 15th. So if you're interested in that, you can find that at susd.org/committees. And then just a happy holiday season, and hope everyone has a great break.
My governing board update will be brief. Update on my community engagement since our last meeting. Aside from going to meetings with our community members as requested, I attended a very fun-filled celebration recognizing Desert Canyon Elementary School's 25th anniversary since inception. Joined some of my board colleagues and administration and many parents and families watching the Saguaro High School return to another state title to SUSD in the 6A football championship game. Represented the Scottsdale Unified School District by attending the multi-day Arizona School Board Association annual conference. And that reminds me, I have certificates for board members Werner and Carney for completing their first year or whatever. And then I also had the opportunity to attend a very spectacular 3-school winter choral concert, and that was with DCMS, Mountainside Middle School, and Desert Mountain High School. And last night helped recognize many of our district scholar athletes at the all-district fall sports banquet. Seeing that there are no other requests to share governing board reports, we're going to move on to item 17. Board members may propose topics for future consideration. Are there any proposed topics? Board Member Werner.
I would like to have a public discussion to review, modify staff manuals for grievance processes and policies.
Thank you. Board Member Carney.
Thank you, President Sanowski. I would like Dr. Menzel to discuss the recent Attorney General open meeting law investigation findings to the board and to the public.
Okay, seeing no others, we're going to move on to 18. That is dates of upcoming meetings next Tuesday. That's Tuesday, the next meeting is Tuesday, January 9th. It's a regular governing board meeting here at Coronado High School. And we'll have another meeting on Tuesday, January 30th. That will be a special governing board meeting at 6 p.m. at the Mojave District Annex. We have a continuation of learning community town halls again with the next one is Thursday, February 22nd, 2024 at 6 p.m. Desert Mountain High School Library. and Wednesday, March 20th, 2024, 6 p.m., Saguaro High School Innovation Center. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Lindsay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That motion to adjourn passes 4-0. The time is 11:54 p.m. This meeting is adjourned.